resource persons present today.
Thank you very much, sir. Today, sir, we have the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency headed by Yusek Moro Virgilio M. Lasso, Director General, with ASEC Israel Ephraim Dixon, Director Warly Getalia, Director Maria Lourdes Hakosalem, Director Maharani Gadawon Tosok, Director, mahirap talaga i-pronounce yung pangalan yung Sarina Aquino Isidro, and Director Lirio Ilaw Oximar. With the Dangerous Drugs Board, sir, we have Secretary Catalino Cuy, Yusek Earl Saavedra, and OIC Deputy Executive Director for Administration, Ma'am Maria Victoria Sorne, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Comsec. As a guide to your presentation, other than those in the National Expenditure Program, I would like to hear you discuss the following. Number one, utilization of your 2023 budget. Number two, your agency's accomplishments from 2022 to 2023, and your plans and programs for the year 2024 to reach your targets set. For the orderly conduct of to this hearing, we will first listen to the presentation of each agency before we entertain any question for the concerned agency. So, pauna muna ang DDB, then followed by PDEA. Yung ibang Comsec, ibang ahensya, wala dito, no? Nasa likod. Nandito sila? Okay, so after DDB, PDEA, then Minda, then OPAPRO, then SPDA. So, unahin muna natin yung ang pinakauna is PDEA and DDB. So, sino mauna sa iyo, sir? DDB muna. Sige, sir. Secretary Coy, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. At the outset, let me express our gratitude for allowing our agency to present its proposed 2024 budget, which is really very modest. And with the intelligence of Your Honor and other members of the committee, may I request the Executive Director of DDB, Yusek Earl Saavedra, to present in detail the proposed budget of the Dangerous Drugs Board. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Yusek Saavedra. You have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to the honorable senators joining this committee meeting. I would like to greet also our counterpart, the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, headed by Director General Moro Lasso and his Deputy Director General, fellow workers in government. Allow me to present the 2024 National Expenditure Program containing the budget of the Dangerous Drugs Board. As you all know, the Dangerous Drugs Board is mandated to be the policymaking and strategy formulating body in planning and formulation of policies and programs on drug prevention and control. It shall also develop and adopt a comprehensive, integrated, unified, and balanced national drug abuse prevention and control strategy, which currently we call it the Philippine Anti-Illegal Drug Strategy, or the PADS. And Your Honor, we will be elaborating the details of this strategy framework later. So in fulfilling its vision, the board is committed to eradicate the supply of and demand for dangerous drugs and their precursors, and to stop trafficking to and from the country. It shall also endeavor to promote regional and international cooperation in drug prevention and control. So among the other services which the Dangerous Drugs Board in general performs as part of its mandate are as follows: treatment and rehabilitation assistance, regulatory compliance, preventive education program, information education and communication materials, and the pursuit of related advocacies. The Dangerous Drugs Board is committed to stamping out the illicit supply of and demand for dangerous drugs and precursor chemicals, and to promote regional and international cooperation in drug abuse prevention and control. Currently, Your Honor, honorable members of the Senate, we have the Philippine Anti-Illegal Drug Strategy, which is Executive Order number 66 series of 2018, and this was signed by then President Rodrigo Roa Duterte on 29 October 2018. So this directs the government offices, departments, bureaus, agencies, government-owned and controlled corporations, including state universities and colleges, to implement the PADs in accordance with the respective agency mandates. The strategy statement is to achieve drug-free communities through supply reduction efforts involving aggressive law enforcement and prosecution with strong adherence to the rule of law, observance of human rights, coupled with comprehensive demand reduction initiatives and supported by strong regional and international ties. In view of President Ferdinand R. Marcos's directive to prioritize drug prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, reintegration, aftercare, and sustained enforcement, the Dangerous Drugs Board aims to capitalize on the achievements of the current Philippine anti-illegal drug strategy and transition it to a more enhanced framework by placing greater emphasis on priority areas under the drug demand reduction pillar of the anti-drug campaign. So in the existing Philippine anti-illegal drug strategy, we have 2 pillars of action, but in the proposed enhancement of the Philippine anti-illegal drug strategy, Your Honor, we will be having 3 pillars of action. So we mentioned about sustaining supply reduction efforts, pareho pa rin po yun. Take away drugs from the market through market denial operations and prevention of diversion, reduce the production and spread of dangerous drugs, and cut supply through alternative development. At present, we still keep the drug demand reduction pillar. Ito naman po, the aim is to take people away from abusing drugs through policy formulation, preventive education, research, treatment, rehabilitation, reintegration, civic awareness, alternative development, forging and fostering cooperation with regional and international counterparts and agencies. The third pillar basically responds to the directive of the President given to anti-drug agencies, Your Honor. That's why we added health, social, and developmental services. So ito po yung magiging laman ng bagong enhanced Philippine anti-illegal drug strategy, which currently po ay naisubmit na po natin yung proposed amendment to the executive order for the consideration and approval of the President. So sa pangatlong pillar po, our goal is to provide adequate education, livelihood and skills training and opportunities for persons who use drugs, ensuring health and legal services for them, reducing stigma and health discrimination, strengthen community support system, prevent adverse health outcomes from people involved with drugs. Basically, we came up with this third pillar of action, Honorable Chair, because we want to emphasize on what the President mentioned during his State of the Nation address and some of the policy directives which he gave to us. Now, ito naman pong mga ilalagay natin sa third pillar, present din naman po ito sa ating ginagawa na currently sa ating drug demand reduction approach. But we just want to capitalize on them para po in terms of resources and priorities, Mr. Chair, ma-emphasize po sa ating magiging bagong enhanced Philippine anti-illegal drug strategy. If I may transition, Your Honor, in response to your instruction to mention about and present the highlights of the agency accomplishments, we actually have 2 components. The first one covers the whole of calendar year 2022 and the first half, Your Honor, of calendar year 2023. So for the highlights of the agency accomplishments, let me begin with the presentation of the indicators. Dalawa po, isang outcome indicator at isang output indicator. So for 2022, ito po yung commitments, percentage increase in the number of task agencies implementing dangerous drugs board policies in relation to PADs, and number of DDB policies implemented by the task agencies. So for the outcome indicator, we targeted 67%, actual evidence-informed and evidence-based accomplishment nasa 107% for 2022. Sa output indicator naman po, we targeted 9 at ang na-accomplish po natin ay 10. So to break down the details, 8 board regulations, 13 board resolutions, 2,678 certification issued for drugs and chemicals not included in the list of dangerous drugs and controlled chemicals, including preparations, part of our frontline services, and 2,038 exemptions issued for products, chemical mixtures containing controlled chemicals. Now, from January to December 2022, pagdating naman po sa ating preventive education, training, and information, we capture different sectors and touch based with the different groups supporting our anti-drug campaign. 53 batches of capacity building programs with 5,905 participants, 32 batches of advocacy programs with more than 10,000 participants. And one of the priority areas under the Philippine Anti-Illegal Drug Strategy is to make sure that our government agencies, since we have a whole of government approach in addressing the drug problem, they get to adopt their drug-free workplace policies and programs, Your Honor. So for 2022, 43 new agencies implement their drug-free workplace program and policies. Ang ating tinarget at na-accomplish po natin, 46. We were able to provide isolation tents. These were distributed during the time of the pandemic since we were still under the state of public health emergency because we adopted Board Resolution number 5, which provides interim guidelines for infection prevention and control in drug abuse treatment and rehabilitation facilities. So ito po ay shared obligation natin sa DOH pagdating po, Your Honor, sa establishment, maintenance, and operations of our drug abuse treatment and rehabilitation facilities nationwide. Isa po sa priority areas ng Dangerous Drugs Board ay yung policy studies, research, and statistics in aid of developing board resolutions and board regulations. So we did Policy and Research Forum on Drug Abuse Prevention and Control. Series po ito, 8 batches for 2022. And then we also led research initiatives totaling to, next slide, totaling to 5. And we will be submitting the list of these research initiatives still in aid of policy, Your Honor, for your information and for the committee's records. Sa petitions for confinement of drug dependents, meron po kaming pinroses na 64 petitions for voluntary confinement and 53 petitions for compulsory confinement. Ina-assist din po ni DDB etong mga drug users and their families needing referral to inpatient drug abuse treatment and rehabilitation facilities, Your Honor. Commitment po ng Dangerous Drugs Board naman, next slide, yung sa digitalization of our services and systems. So for 2022, meron po tayong dinevelop at in-enhance na information systems and portal kung saan shared yes.
Pakibalik yung
Next slide,
previous
please.
slide, previous.
Yes, sir.
Yan yung na-process niyo petitions. Hanggang saan yung umabot ba ito sa korte?
Yes, Your Honor. Representation po para sa filing ng petitions for confinement, both voluntary and compulsory. But this only covers, Your Honor, yung mga severe drug users na kailangan pong i-admit sa inpatient treatment and rehab facilities.
Pero yun nga, covered dito ng court orders.
Yes, sir.
So,
Court orders, sir.
Yung assistance ninyo hanggang doon sa korte.
Yes, sir. In fact, Your Honor, yung petitions for confinement natin, hindi lang po sineseguro na na-assist natin hanggang sa ma-refer sa facility yung isang person who used drugs with severe drug use disorder. Even po yung pag-alalay later on sa aftercare and reintegration, tinututukan din po natin.
Thank you, thank you.
Actually, Your Honor, you might be wondering dahil central office lang si DDB at paano ito nagagawa nationwide. Kasi the statistics, Your Honor, covers a nationwide scale. So kaya dito rin po nagpapasalamat kami sa assistance ng Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency through its Legal and Prosecution Service kasi dinedeputize po namin as authorized DDB representatives. The Office of the Solicitor General, dahil mga state solicitors po ang tumatayo na petitioners katuwang ng mga PWOODs at saka po yung Public Attorney's Office. Opo.
Thank you. Please continue.
Kasama rin po, Your Honor, yung information technology systems na dinevelop at ini-implement ni DDB noong 2022. You can see the list being flashed on screen. And hindi lang po internal sa DDB, meron din pong mga information technology systems na dinedevelop at ini-implement kung saan interagency po yung aming commitment to support and to act as co-administrator. For example po, nakikita natin yung National Justice Information System with DOJ, the Anti-Drug Abuse Council Reporting System with DILG, which by the way, Your Honor, ito po yung mai-institutionalize kapag naipasa po yung ADAC bill na inyo pong champion, because right now we have the system in place even in the absence of the law, para po may best practices na tayo. Dito rin po, Your Honor, sa system na ito very crucial because we get to find out not only the functionality of our anti-drug abuse councils in terms of what they do sa ground level, but including po yung actual na mga number of those who undergo community-based rehabilitation programs, general interventions, inpatient rehab, na kasama po sa ating pagre-revisit ng mga existing services at pag-i-improve po ng ating policy on treatment and rehab. Then we also have the Treatment and Rehabilitation Admission Information System. Ito naman po yung with DOH, Your Honor. Now, for financial assistance sa establishment and maintenance of drug treatment and rehabilitation centers and community-based treatment and rehabilitation facilities, for 2022, Honorable Chair, we provided support to 13 .RC and CBDR facilities, totaling to 77.8 million pesos. And we thank you, Your Honor, for understanding our predicament na malaking bagay po, hindi lang yung line item na identified at specified under the NEP, but even po yung paggamit sana ng collection galing po sa mga agencies na meron pong mandatory contribution na responsibility per RA 9165.
Yung ginawa natin last budget, okay yun?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Opo.
walang problema?
Yes, sir. May predicament lang po kaming babanggitin mamaya, Your Honor, para lang din mas malinaw po yung konteksto kung paano po na ibibigay sa DDB ang pondo at paano, sir, na i-utilize.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So for the first semester of 2023 covering January to June, Your Honor, ito po yung agency accomplishments. We maintained our outcome indicator and output indicator. We targeted 67%, but as of June, 5% na po yung aming na-exceed sa target. So hopefully po, tuloy-tuloy ito hanggang end of the year. And then sa output indicator, 9 po yung aming tinarget, 5 na po yung actual na na-accomplish as of June 2023. And ito po yung breakdown, 3 board regulations, 4 board resolutions, 1,294 certifications issued for drugs and chemicals that are not included in the list of dangerous drugs and controlled chemicals and preparations, and 1,107 certificates of exemptions issued for products and chemicals, mixtures containing controlled chemicals. Sa capacity building program, 19 batches so far. Advocacy programs, 11 batches. 43 pa rin po yung target of yung ating target na government agencies na mag-i-implement ng drug-free workplace policy and programs. 22 ang actual accomplishment. We continue the distribution of the isolation tents per board resolution number 5, series of 2020, Your Honor. At ang naging cut-off lang namin dito when Proclamation 297 was issued by the Office of the President lifting the state of public health emergency. But in terms of the protocols, Your Honor, patuloy pa rin po na sinusunod ng ating mga facilities iyon kasi nasa endemic phase pa rin naman po tayo. So we're currently implementing, Your Honor, the national survey on the patterns and trends of drug abuse. And we would like to thank you because in 2019, we were able to secure the budget for this particular undertaking. Ngayon po ay kasama yan sa na-institutionalized na budget, noting the fact that DBM is already aware, Your Honor, na every 2 or 3 years, kinakandak po natin itong data gathering initiative po na ito. And then we have also conducted 2 research and policy forum. Isa po, binalikan natin yung implementation ng Balay Silangan Reformation Program. This is for drug offenders at yung reformatory program that goes with this particular regulation, Your Honor. And the development, validation, and most importantly, the standardization of the community reintegration assessment scale for persons who use drugs. Because our intention, Your Honor, is also to revisit the client flow para po sa referral process ng ating mga persons who use drugs depending on the level of severity ng drug use nila na 2019 pa po binuo. So since we want an evidence-informed and evidence-based approach pagdating sa pagre-review ng ating policy, ito po yung gusto nating back-upan ng relevant research and study. Ongoing din po, Your Honor, yung ating information technology systems development and implementation. And from January to June 2023, 42 petitions for confinement and 61.5 million po ang so far na na-release natin at magkakaroon pa po, Your Honor, good news ng second batch of beneficiaries para sa ating financial support to community-based rehab facilities and drug abuse treatment and rehabilitation centers. For the first time, Your Honor, because also of your help and the support of the other legislators, 2 beses po tayo magbibigay ng support at madadagdagan po yung bilang ng beneficiaries ng ating .RCs at CBDR facilities nationwide.
Ilang DRT .RCs dito na naging recipient ng 61.5 million?
Your Honor, 13. So mixed group po
13.
ito. Opo. Not only community-based rehab facilities manned by LGUs through ADACs but also .RCs under the jurisdiction of DOH, Your Honor. Opo.
Okay.
So there's another batch, hopefully, sir, ngayon pong November, na maibibigay po sa kanila. Ang pagkukuhanan naman po nun, Your Honor, ay yung collections na po coming from the agencies na required yung contribution per RA 9165 para po sa ating establishment, maintenance, and operations of these facilities. Now, ito po yung status of fund utilization, Your Honor, for covering fiscal year 2022. We received a total allotment of 399,109,860. We were able to incur an obligation of 372,552,962.65, 93% utilization rate, Your Honor. And ang unobligated balances ay nasa 26,556,897.35, 7% lang po.
Yung 7% na yan, kaya na yan.
Yes,
Before
sir.
the end of the year.
Opo. For 2022 po ito, Your Honor.
2022.
Opo. So actual accomplishment na po ito ng agency in terms of fiscal management, sir. 93% utilization, 7% po unobligated balances.
2023, meron ka dyan?
2020, meron din po, sir. So from January to June 2023, ito po yung aming financial performance. Allotment received is 435.7 million, 53% utilization rate as of June, Your Honor. And 47% unobligated balance as of June, sir.
Kaya yan?
Yes, sir. We commit to still meet the target, Your Honor. If not, pantayan or i-exceed pa po sa kung ano yung actual na accomplishment namin sa utilization last year.
Thank you.
So ito po, Your Honor, yung January to December na report of collection. As you notice, Your Honor, yung Philippine Racing Club at Manila Jockey, kasi wala na talaga silang income, so wala na po silang naire-remit na contributions as part of the mandatory provision under 9165. PAGCOR has remitted 60 million, PCSO 39.3 million, Manila Turf Club 564,000, licenses, certifications, and exemptions, 33.5 million. Fines and penalties, 2.3 million. A total of 135,808,526.
Anong ahensya yung license, certification, and exemptions?
Sir, frontline services ito, Your
Inyo.
Honor. Ito
Sa
pong
inyo.
dalawa. Licenses, certifications, and exemptions, fines, and penalties.
Sa inyo yan?
Yes, sir. And shared responsibility po sa frontline service na ito, sir, ang with PIDEA. At dito na rin po namin babanggitin, Your Honor, for the record, itong licenses, certifications, and exemptions, including fines and penalties, hindi po iyan nagagamit, sir. Kasi kinoconsider yan, commitment to national revenue, pag nire-remit, hindi na po siya na ibabalik. So we mentioned, sir, earlier to the Director General Morolaso and we secured clearance from Secretary Cuy. Perhaps this can be a platform, the platform where we can manifest, Your Honor, na sana po magamit din ni PIDEA ito. Kasi sila po yung main processing unit ng mga licenses, certifications at exemptions po na ito, including yung fines and penalties na imposition. Kasi the PIDEA Compliance Service handles itong frontline service po na ito. Nagkataon lang, Your Honor, since shared responsibility, sa DDB lang yung payment at kami nagre-remit kay Treasury. Pero malaking bagay po ito. For example, sa 2022 na collections, accumulated collections, Your Honor, aabot po ito ng 35.8 million kung pagsasamahin at malayo po ang malayo na po ang mararating nito. On the part of DDB, the other mandatory contribution.
Sandali, kaya bakit hindi ito napupunta sa PDEA? Sayang ito eh. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung model natin sa PNP, sir, di ba? Para lahat tayo galing mo tayo sa PNP, di ba? Yung trust receipt, ganun dapat. Ganun dapat. So, what do we need to do para magiging trust receipt ito ng PDEA? Batas.
Sir, kasi pwede po talaga nilang gamitin. Sa part po ng DDB, Your Honor, for example, sir, itong contribution ni PAGCOR, PCSO, Manila Turf, ito po yung aming ginagamit para po mapondohan yung needs ng mga .RCs and CBDRFs. However, sir, hindi po kasi clearly defined paano yung mechanism ngayon ni Treasury at DBM. Pagdating naman dito sa collections from the frontline services which we jointly do with PIDEA.
You better study the system being used by PNP. Then i-adapt ninyo. Kasi alam ko, walang batas na meron, sir? Yung sa PNP, meron ding law? Wala, di ba? Parang internal arrangement lang natin yung sa DBM na ganito dapat, gano'n. So, may law na cover. So, kailangan ikuha ng law. Ha? Anong batas yan?
Sir, sa 9165 din
9165?
po. Tapos baka din,
Nakasabi na ano?
baka we're
Ano
looking,
sinabi?
sir, yung collection ng mapupunta sa, collected by the DDB. Pero yun, babalik sa Treasury.
Ganun.
Your Honor,
Walang clear-cut po.
considered as commitment to national revenue daw siya, which hanggang ngayon tinatanong nga namin, hindi naman kami income generating institution. Nagkataon po na meron po kaming frontline services na ini-implement at meron po mga corresponding fees, fines and penalties na ini-impose. And hindi lang po ito, Your Honor, actually. Meron pa po yan yung mga nire-remit po ng mga korte. Opo, sa judiciary. Na ang common misconception nga po, pati daw yung mga, I think these are sheriff's fee ba yun?
Po.
Mga fines.
Din po sa judiciary.
Fines and penalties naman sa prosecution of drug cases, Your Honor, na ina-assume din ng judiciary na dahil nire-remit sa account ng DDB ay nagagamit ni DDB. But last year, Your Honor, we already had a dialogue with Justice Raul Villanueva, the court administrator, na in the event gusto rin po nilang i-explore na yung mga collections na yon na nire-remit ng korte ay magamit ni Supreme Court. A parallel move similar to what we're doing right now dito sa licenses, certifications, and exemptions, ang pwede rin po nilang i-explore.
Explore natin.
Yes, sir.
Explore natin para magamit ninyo yan. Sayang po.
Sa part kasi, Your Honor, ni DDB, enough na po sa amin itong sa PCSO, PAGCOR, Manila Turf, para naman po suportahan ang mga .RCs at CBDRPs. But we also understand PIDEA's
Problema ito kasi
predicament.
mga income generating
Yes
talaga
po.
ito na ahensya.
Opo.
Itong pinagsisikapan ninyo dapat, kayo nagsisikap nito, dapat kayo rin ang gumamit nito dahil pinagsikapan nyo ito yung licenses, certificates, and exemptions.
Yung reality nga po, Your Honor, imaginein po ninyo kasi si PIDEA Compliance Service ang nagpo-process nito. Lahat ng supplies, materials, logistic, personnel, sila pa, sir, ang...
Kuryente,
Opo.
papel, lahat-lahat, ginastusan ninyo, tapos hindi mo balik.
Hindi bumabalik. Kaya nga po, Your Honor, meron pa pong dagdag na obligasyon from the limited budget para lang ma-pursue ito. So humble prayer din po namin iyon and
Yes.
we join PIDEA po sa predicament na sana po magamit ito, Your Honor.
You make your proposal, PDEA. You make your proposal para isabay natin yan sa lahat ng mga hearing na ikakandak natin. Isabay natin yan para isang largahan na lang sa mga amendments na gusto natin gawin. Ha?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The same thing, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, for 2023 po as of June, if you will notice the breakdown, sir. Kaya ang Philippine Racing and Manila Jockey, zero talaga siya, sir, kasi wala talagang nire-remit. PAGCO remitted 30 million. Ang PCSO, sir, hindi siya zero, pero wala kaming in-indicate na amount kasi yung kanilang remittance, yung coverage po ng kanilang remittance hanggang June, pero yung turnover po kasi, Your Honor, happened July. So hindi po namin inilagay dito. Pero parang
Estimate, mga, ano estimate nyo?
18 million, Your Honor, ang na-remit ni PCSO noong July. 18, 18, sir. July pa lang po yun, Your Honor. May mga kasunod pa po. Pero yung sa July, Your Honor, kwan po yun. Tinover na yun yung previous months under the first semester. So nagkataon lang, sir, kasi cut-off ay June, they remitted to us officially July, so hindi po namin na-indicate dito. Kasi we are still trying to find out magkano po doon sa total na niremit nila ang part po ng first semester na computation. Manila Turf, kahit mababa, nagre-remit pa rin, sir. And then, ito po, Your Honor, licenses, certifications, and exemptions, including fines and penalties, aabot pa rin po ng more than 14 million. Malaking bagay pa rin po ito kung 2023, Your Honor, ay magagamit din po ni PIDEA ito. And as of June pa lang po ito. So for the 2024, if I may continue, Your Honor, National Expenditure Program, ito po yung budget dimensions ng aming proposed NEP. MOOE heavy pa rin po kami. 60% of the total agency budget goes to MOOE, maintenance and other operating expenses, followed po by the special assistance from the General Fund. Ito na po yung ating nakukuha at ibinibigay na tulong sa establishment, maintenance and operations of DOT-RCs and CBDRPs. Opo, meron pong certain amount depending on how much is being disbursed. And then 16% po personal services, 5% capital outlay at 1% for retirement and life insurance premium. So to quickly do a comparison sa 2023 and 2024 budget, Your Honor, the next slide shows to us the variance. So for 2023 po, a total of 447.5 million. Per NEP 2024, 417.3 million. Bumaba po ng 30.1 million and it's a 6.74% reduction sa amin pong agency budget. Ang pinakamalaking tinamaan po ay yung sa capital outlay sapagkat these are capital outlay projects in relation to our information systems and digitalization efforts. Yun po yung malaking reduction leading to 41.78% reduction sa budget between 2023 to 2024. So if you also notice, Your Honor, yung sa SF151, ito po yung special assistance from the General Fund sa ating mga DOT-RCs and CBDRPs. Constant po kasi na pinapeg talaga, Your Honor, sa 77 million yan under the General Appropriations Act. But we continue our appeal po sa Department of Budget and Management na harinawa ang ating nakokolekta ay iaalaw po nila na magamit kasi dagdag na suporta po iyon sa ating mga DOT-RCs at CBDRPs. So for after the figures, Your Honor, we will proceed po doon sa specific details ng priorities of the DDB, if you will allow us, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So first is to maximize the use of technology in the anti-drug campaign. So it is under our digitalization roadmap that we continue the use of technology to monitor the implementation of our programs and activities. So partnership with key stakeholders will be maintained kasi po ang aming approach is we develop the system in accordance with the DDB regulation or resolution. Pagkatapos po, when we develop the system, may co-administrator po kami na agency na meron pong take in the implementation of that particular system. So shared responsibility din po ito, and we ensure interoperability of the information system. At ito po yung nasa poder po ng DDB ngayon. Anti-Drug Abuse Council Reporting System, online application for certification and exemption information system, dangerous drugs and controlled precursors and essential chemicals monitoring system, the Philippine Anti-Illegal Drug Strategy Reporting and Monitoring System, the Treatment and Rehabilitation Admission Information System, Petition for Confinement Monitoring System, New Psychoactive Substances Monitoring System, Drug Test Results Reporting System, and just recently, Your Honor, meron po tayong in-approve na board regulation para po sa drug profiling. So there is already a mechanism which we are proposing which will be backed up by the system, at ang itatawag po dito is Drug Analysis and Profiling Information System. Ito po, Your Honor, i-anticipate din po namin kasi not only do we need funding, wishful thinking for the enhancement of the system, but PIDEA, since sila po yung main implementer of the board regulation on drug profiling, will also be needing funds for capacity building, for the expansion of their laboratory service, including po yung sa equipment na necessary to be able to fulfill the obligations under the said board regulation. And then, Your Honor, second priority namin itong proposed amendments to RA 9165 covering the various aspects of the anti-drug campaign. And we intend to reinforce the balanced approach as the current law is generally perceived as punitive. And then strengthen the treatment and rehabilitation modality to include the community-based drug rehabilitation program for institutionalization and sustainability at the level of the LGUs. Ngayon po kasi, Your Honor, and based sa DDB regulation, we adhere to the principle that there is no one best way to do it. Provided po effective, at the same time na-address yung relapse prevention, we allow the local government units to implement their own model of the community-based drug rehabilitation program. But it is our intention, Your Honor, under the current leadership, to make sure that we develop standards for accreditation para pareho po sa mga inpatient RCs ay magkakaroon din po tayo ng standalone na standard in accordance po sa pangangailangan ng ating mga local implementers. And then we also intend to strengthen reinforce the reintegration modality of drug dependents by way of developing specific effective programs that will aid their re-entry into the society. Of course, Your Honor, in consultation ito with the concerned implementing agencies na may task po dito sa specific deliverable na ito. And then we will revisit existing policies, look at the possible enhancement para naman po mas maging implementable po yung ating board resolution or board regulation. We also continue to lobby for the passage of and to strengthen the advocacy on the role of the anti-drug abuse councils. We took to heart, Your Honor, the instruction you gave to the Dangerous Drugs Board before that we should make this happen. So we are also doing our best by way of legislative liaison works to make sure that the same commitments, lalong-lalo na po sa level ng House of Representatives, ay mas secure para naman po hopefully in this Congress maipasa na po itong bill po na ito. So the mechanism will also aid in the policy implementation priorities ng ating Philippine Anti-Illegal Drug Strategy. So we also aim to sustain, enhance, and expand capacity building and flagship programs on drug abuse prevention and control by securing adequate resources and involving key stakeholders and duty bearers, strengthen the role of the Dangerous Drugs Board as the repository of all drug-related data through continuing systems development, harmonizing existing data collection, reporting and monitoring systems, and promoting convergence with key institutions and authorities to maximize such mandate. Allocate resources for the digitalization of our online systems and frontline services. Pursue the prioritization of the establishment of at least one inpatient treatment and rehabilitation facility per province, subject to the commitment of local government units following the provisions of RA 9165. Lately, Your Honor, we developed a mapping system para makita po kung na-cover na po ang lahat ng probinsya. At kung sakali naman po, there is more than one in every locality, ano po ang classification nito? Inpatient TRC, outpatient facility, community-based facility, or just a drop in-center for general interventions. Para po meron pong makikita na menu of services ang ating mga clients and at the same time individuals needing appropriate interventions. And then we also intend to continue the creation of drug-free workplace programs, adoption of drug-free workplace policies in both government and private sectors, as this will further amplify the importance of the conduct of drug testing in the workplace. Reinforced in the existing academic curriculum, the methodology and relevant teachings on drug abuse prevention and control, using the National Drug Education Program as appropriate and relevant entry point. This will cover all levels of education of the youth, being one of the most vulnerable sectors to drug abuse. And then, ito po yung nabanggit na rin kanina, Your Honor, expand the available entry doors for interventions to be given to persons who use drugs and persons deprived of liberty because of drug-related offenses, depending on the available effective and evidence-based mechanisms for proper rehabilitation and reformation. Actually, Your Honor, ito pong ibinibigay ni DDB na support for inpatient.RCs at community-based drug rehab facilities. Binabanggit po natin sa local implementers na as much as possible, i-maximize yung use nitong mga infrastructure facilities po na pinondohan ni DDB. Kasi there are instances, Your Honor, na nag-i-implement din sila ng reformatory programs para sa mga drug offenders. Reformatory programs na standalone kasi yung mga offenders, some of them, they don't have drug use issues. So ang binabanggit po namin sa kanila, consider the use of the community-based drug rehab facility as a multipurpose facility. Na in the event, for example, walang referral ng mga persons who use drugs, at meron po silang kailangang i-cater na mga offenders, pwede po na yung approach is also reformatory and they have the facility po na pwedeng sumalo at magamit, multipurpose po. Kasama rin po, Your Honor, yung pag-maintain and enhance ng integrated drug abuse and information network. Continue to adhere and adapt to the existing international drug control conventions of the United Nations to reaffirm the role of the Philippines as key signatory to these drug control conventions and international regional cooperation engagement through country mission of international treaty bodies. Allow me to also share the news, Your Honor, that next year, the Philippines will be the chair of the ASEAN Senior Officials on Drug Matters, its related conferences and working group meetings. Masyado po tayong nasa radar ng ating mga ASEAN neighbors na after our chairmanship of the Senior Officials Platform next year, 2025 naman po yung chairmanship naman ng ministerial level on drug matters. So all eyes are on us at marami rin po silang mga nakikita na mga ginagawa natin sa ating anti-drug campaign which they can also domestically adapt po sa kanilang mga bansa. We also intend to strengthen the operations of our media affairs and public relations, Your Honor, by conducting briefings, conferences, strategic media placements, use of online social media platform. Ang under po, in the ambit po kasi of the Philippine Anti-Illegal Drug Strategy, Your Honor, all advocacy programs of the agencies na nag-commit po na mag-implement ng EO66, meron po talagang suporta na hinihingi sa DDB pagdating sa media, advocacy, and at the same time, information dissemination. So, to the rescue din po si DDB kapag kailangan nila, hindi lang po ng backup support, even counterpart para po sa kanilang logistical requirements. We also intend to sustain best practices and continue to establish effective models on prevention and treatment science for replication in the ASEAN. At kasama po dito, Your Honor, yung pagpopondo po ng DDB sa operations po ng ASEAN Training Center for Preventive Drug Education, which is lodged at the University of the Philippines. So, yung pondo po nun, Your Honor, DDB rin po yung nagbibigay. So, yun po yung nagkakandak ng mga programs, activities, and initiatives on prevention education covering the whole of ASEAN. So yung ways forward po, we mentioned earlier, following the directives of His Excellency the President, Your Honor, and at the same time, the enhancements which we need to do sa framework of action natin as captured by the Philippine Anti-Illegal Drug Strategy, we have the following ways forward. After the President gave the directive kung ano po yung magiging priority areas ng ating enhanced PADs, the DDB intends to build on the gains of the current PADs transition it to a more enhanced framework by putting greater emphasis on priority areas and strategies under the drug demand reduction pillar of the campaign. So the Dangerous Drugs Board so far has consolidated the inputs from 40 implementing agencies, 61 po kasi silang lahat, Your Honor, and some ICAD member agencies. So once the vetting process on the proposed executive order has been completed, the document shall be presented to the interagency group to be convened by the presidential management staff. It is also expected that PMS will forward the proposed policy document once finalized for review sa office po ng Office of the Deputy Executive Secretary for Legal Affairs and Deputy Executive Secretary for General Administration. The PMS is also in the process of determining, Your Honor, a schedule for the interagency group to present the proposed enhancement of the PADs and the proposed executive order to the President. So on the budget implementation side, Your Honor, there are gains which we also intend to share. All the proposed Tier 2 budget of PADS implementing agencies which the DDB endorsed following the requirements set forth by DBM ay na-carry naman po in the National Expenditure Program for fiscal year 2024. So agencies naman with Tier 1 budget on their PADS commitments and deliverables will also continue receiving the regular allocation for their anti-drug priority programs and commitments. Should the proposed enhanced PADS amending EO 66 series of 2018 will be issued, implementing agencies will be convened by the DDB to ensure the alignment of their commitments to the policy direction and even the shift in terms of budget programming. The last part, Your Honor, of our presentation is basically the Commission on Audit Observations and Recommendations, including management actions. Last week, Your Honor, the leadership of the Dangerous Drugs Board welcomed the assumption of the new state auditor and our new audit team leader, State Auditor Arguilla, and audit team leader Salazar, who will work hand in hand with us in making sure that we implement effective fiscal management processes in the DDB. So ang pinakaunang audit observation po talks about recording prior year's collection recorded as income contrary to the accrual basis of accounting prescribed na nagkaroon po ng overstating of the service income and understating of the accumulated surplus. We have noted all audit recommendations and we have taken the appropriate action, Your Honor. And then another audit observation is about prepaid subscription licensing, recording pa rin po outright expense contrary to the accrual basis, and nagkaroon din po ng overstating of subscription expense and understating prepaid subscription. And then ito po yung sagad naman ng pangatlong observation that the budget allocated amounting to 2.1 million or less than 1% of the agency's total appropriations was contrary to what is required under the Memorandum Circular of the Philippine Commission on Women of at least 5%. Ito naman, Your Honor, nag-justify kami na given the very limited budget of DDB, kung mag-allocate kami ng 5%, ang layo na po ng mararating nun. However, hindi naman po ibig sabihin na hindi namin na-i-implement kung ano yung mga commitments as prescribed by the PCW Memorandum Circular. After all, Your Honor, meron din naman po kaming mga gender-based, gender-centered na mga programs na ginagawa internally for our workforce. This ends my presentation, Your Honor, and on behalf of Secretary Catalino Coy, we thank you for the opportunity to present the proposed DDB budget.
Thank you, Yusek Earl, for that very comprehensive presentation. I think there's no question on my part. Hintayin lang natin mamaya, baka hindi mo na ako mag-move for the approval of your budget. Hintayin ko lang magdating yung mga kasamahan ko. Then we'll listen to PDEA muna. So, sir, Yusek Murulaso, you have the floor, sir, for PDEA.
Thank you, sir. Senator Ronald De La Rosa, sir, fellow workers in government. I am Undersecretary Morolaso of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, here to present our agency's budget proposal under the fiscal year 2024 National Expenditure Program. This presentation will proceed as follows. We will start with our agency's vision and mission statements, and operational thrusts. Next, I will discuss PDEA's performance report and status of fund utilization for 2022 and first semester of 2023, followed by the 2022 Commission audit findings and recommendations, after which we will discuss our 2024 budget proposal under the 2024 National Expenditure Program and its features. Lastly, we will present PDEA's proposed 2024 projects for congressional initiative. PDEA is resolute in implementing its objective, perfectly encapsulated in its vision statement, which is to have drug-resistant and self-policing communities by 2030. The agency recognizes that the attainment of this lofty ambition can be done by means of reducing drug affectation in the country through the implementation of the Barangay Drug Clearing Program, integrating therein supply and demand reduction strategies. PDEA's mission statement is in accordance with President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr.'s three-point anti-drug approach, which focuses on mapping and prevention, community-based treatment, rehabilitation, cure, and reintegration, supported with education that will lead to demand reduction and enforcement of our laws geared towards supply reduction. In his second State of the Nation address, President Marcos not only emphasized his promotion of community-based rehabilitation, but also his encouragement for the dismantling of drug syndicate networks and his staunch displeasure at government officials and employees involved in illegal drugs. The activities that drives PDEA's mandate can be divided into two categories: supply and demand reduction efforts, the conduct of intelligence-driven and high-impact operations, the arrest of top-level drug personalities and syndicates, the enhancement of interagency collaboration to strengthen border control to prevent illegal drug smuggling, and the immobilization of drug syndicate assets and properties through strengthened financial investigation are activities classified under supply reduction. On the other hand, active support in the dissemination of a national anti-drug advocacy, close coordination and provision of support to the anti-drug abuse.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
for a while, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Tolentino. Thank you, Your Honor, for joining us here. You want to? Okay. Sir, continue. Please continue.
Yes, sir. On the other hand, active support in the dissemination of a national anti-drug advocacy campaign, close coordination and provision of support to the anti-drug abuse councils in the communities, support to the treatment and rehabilitation program to ensure effective monitoring of the rehabilitation program, and intensifying support to the information dissemination to promote stigma-free campaigns and assistance for persons who use drugs are classified under demand reduction activities. PDEA commits to providing outstanding service to the Filipino people through the efficient and effective performance of its mandate and through the responsible and judicious utilization of the resources entrusted to our agency by the Philippine government. In brief, I would like to show this body a culmination of PDEA's efforts for the past year and a half. In this section, I will discuss PDEA's physical and financial accomplishments for 2022 and the first semester of 2023, as well as the 2022 COA findings and recommendations and the actions taken by the agency to address these recommendations. For the agency's 2022 performance report, the PDEA's outcome indicator is to decrease barangay drug affectation by 32.24% or 7,134 out of 22,127 drug-affected barangays. However, PDEA cleared 11.93% only, or 2,640 out of the 22,127 drug-affected barangays due to several factors. The presence of armed groups which contributed in the inaccessibility of the barangay to the program, geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas that leads to slow-paced and interrupted implementation of the program, uncooperative drug personalities to undergo rehabilitation and reformation programs, lack of facilities and funds for the rehabilitation and reintegration centers. In addition, the agency's output indicators are to arrest 35% high-value targets, which was surpassed at 87% or at 2,865 arrested HVTs out of 3,293 drug personnel. 125 high-impact operations, which was doubled at 719 high-impact operations conducted. And to receive drug-related information and reports, validate this, then initiate operations on at least 25% of these reports received. This was again surpassed at 72.02%, or 1,659 anti-drug operations out of 2,302 drug-related information and reports acted upon. For the first semester of 2023, despite the combined and continuous efforts of PIDEA and local government units, PIDEA cleared 2.54% or 562 out of 22,127 drug-affected barangays. PIDEA, sir, has another 6 more months to achieve its target. PIDEA, however, has good numbers in its output indicators. As of the first 6 months, PIDEA has already exceeded its target in arrests of HVTs by arresting 88.74% or 2,865 HVTs out of 3,293 arrests. Conducted 298 high-impact operations out of a target of 325 HIOs, almost reaching its yearly target. And as of June 30, 2023, the agency has already overachieved the percentage of converted drug-related information and reports to actual operations by registering 573 operations out of 1,188 drug-related
Mr. Chair,
information
Mr. Chair.
and reports. Yes,
Yes,
Your
go
Honor.
ahead, Senator
As a
Tolentino.
mild interjection, I heard the word overachieve. What do you mean by overachieve?
Sorry, sir. Surpassed, sir. Surpassed.
Surpassed.
Yes, sir. Kasi-
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. Sir, sa barangay affectation, umakyat, ano ba?
No, sir. We have not. If you will divide it into the first semester of 2023, sir, we are way below. But if we compare this, I cited earlier, sir, some factors that contribute to the hardships that we encounter in barangay drug clearing operations. However, for the first for 2022, sir, it was, if you look at the graph, it was a little bit easy because PIDEA started with the slightly affected barangays. We have to understand, sir, that there are 3 categories for the barangay drug clearing program: slightly affected, moderately affected, and the seriously affected. We have almost finished the slightly affected barangays, and we are now into these moderately affected barangays. And this is where some difficulty happens, sir, because, of course,
But for the record, okay tayo, ha?
Yes, sir. We are
Hindi tumaas ang affectation, kundi continuous yung
Yes, sir.
pababa.
Yes, sir.
Pababa na pababa. Meaning yung accomplishment nyo, pataas ng pataas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi bumababa.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tapos yung affectation, inversely proportional yan eh. Mas mataas ang accomplishment niyo sa drug clearing, mas bababa yung drug affectation, di ba?
Yes,
So,
Your Honor.
basta, kuha lang tayo. Super okay tayo. Hindi siya tumaas ang affectation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pababa, patuloy ng pababa.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
For PIDEA's status of fund utilization for 2022, Your Honor, may I respectfully request your permission for our Director of Financial Management Service, Director Hakusalem, to discuss this portion.
Go ahead, Director Hakusalem.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
For the FY 2022, PIDEA receives a total allotment of 3,286,960,000 pesos, of which 2,975,295 pesos was received as agency-specific budget, and 155,584,000 was received under automatic appropriation, which is allotted for retirement and life insurance premium, and 156,085,000 under the special purpose fund, which is intended for the payment of terminal leave benefits, monetization of leave credits, and retirement pay of personnel. And a continuing appropriations from previous years, FY 2021, amounting to 357,872,000. The sum of allotments from 2022 and the continuing appropriation amounts to 3.6 billion pesos. Obligations incurred for 2022 totaled to 3.4 billion or 95% of the total allotment received, consisting of 3.2 billion from FY 2022 funds and 214 million from the continuing appropriations. The total disbursements total to 3.1 billion or 91% of the total obligations incurred, with 3.1 from FY 2022 allotment and 61 million from the continuing appropriations. The unobligated allotment total to 181 million, with 38 million from 2022 allotment and 142 million from the continuing appropriations. The total unpaid obligations, which is 301 million, which consists of 147 million from FY 2022 allocations and 153 million from the continuing appropriations. For FY, now we can turn to PDEA's fund utilization matrix for the first semester of FY 2023. PDEA receives a total allotment of 3.2 billion comprised of 3 billion from the 2023 General Appropriations Act, 161 million from the automatic appropriations intended for RLIP, and 65 million for special purpose fund. The agencies also retain a 38 million from a continuing appropriation from FY 2022. Of this, only 1.5 billion or 49% has been obligated for the first semester of FY 2023. This is understandable since this table reflects data from the first half of 2023 only. PDEA has so far disbursed 1.5 billion or 97% of the total obligations incurred for the first half of FY 2023. An obligated amount of 1.6 billion, while unpaid obligation amounted to 51 million. That's all, sir.
Your Honor, again, for this portion on the Commission's audit findings and recommendations and actions taken, may I again respectfully request our Director for Logistics and Administrative Management, Director Tosuk, to discuss this portion.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honors.
Kuhan ka pa, Director? Dalaga ka pa?
Married na, sir.
Meron na.
Yes,
So
sir.
sa husband mo yung tusok
Yes, sir.
na apelyido.
Yes, sir.
Taga saan yung husband mo?
Taga Bicol, sir.
Ha?
Bicol.
Bicol.
Region pa. Apa.
Alam mo sa Bisaya yung tusok?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Sir, Bisaya man ako, sir.
Bisaya ka. Bisaya
Yes, sir.
ka pala.
Yes, sir.
Ulit.
On this,
Sige.
may I proceed, Your Honor,
Go
sir.
ahead.
On this particular part, the COA findings issued 3 findings for the agency, 2 of which were already implemented and 1 is ongoing reconciliation. These findings pertain to the accumulated prior year's transaction. On the first part, that is on the non-disposal of our narcotic detection dogs. So the agency were able to submit the disposal documents for our narcotic detection dogs to conform with the new COA Circular 2020-011. This new COA Circular was actually mainly based on our standard operating procedures on disposal of narcotic detection dogs. So these were already fully implemented by the agency. On the second, the findings of COA, overstatement of medical, dental, and laboratory supplies inventory and accumulated surplus accounts. We already submitted issuance documents in this part, and we are conducting continuous reconciliation for the remaining balance amounting to 19,586.97. So on this part, it is fully implemented by the agency. And the last part is for the unreconciled property, plant, and equipment. The agency updated the composition of our PPE committee, and we strengthened the implementation of the physical inventory. So from the discrepancy amounting to 93,611,586, the agency were able to reconcile 89%, or 83,958,474. So we're still working on 9,653,112 for the unreconciled balance. That's all for the COA findings, Your Honors.
Thank you, Director Tusok. Senator Tolentino, Your Honor, you recognize.
So proceeds. Magpapaalam din ako because I have to attend to my ROTC, special ROTC project, which is the ROTC Games ongoing right now. We're now in the Luzon leg. Ang dami yung kadete natin. But I'd like to just raise some comments. Probably it can be answered later. Just get hold of a copy of the transcripts of these proceedings. I'm in full support of the budget proposal of PIDEA. I just like to be apprised of the current fentanyl situation. Ganong kalala na ba tong fentanyl sa ating bansa? I've gotten hold of reports that it is now proliferating, and the abuse is not just use and abuse is not just in Metro Manila but in other regions as well. So perhaps Yusek, you can answer that later kahit wala na ako, but I'm in full support of your.
For the benefit, he wants to answer.
Isa shotgun ko na po to, Mr.
Sige,
Chair.
sige, sige.
Isa shotgun ko na rin. I'm in full support likewise with the budget of the Peace Processes Office. Halos pareho naman yung NEP proposal nyo at saka yung pinropose ninyo. Just to clarify later, kahit wala na ako, yung constitution ng National Amnesty Commission, when will it start? And how long would it take to have the impact felt, especially in the areas concerned? And then for Minda, I think you deserve an increase. Bahala na si chairman kung anong gagawin niya. You deserve a budgetary increase. For the Southern Philippines, what's the exact name of your office? Southern Philippines Authority. I think likewise there is a need for you to have an increase. Bahala na si chairman doon. So yung mga katanungan ko po, it can be answered, but I'd like to congratulate PIDEA for the high incidence of clearing operations, especially in Region 2. Nararamdaman po siguro yon. So, yung fentanyl, you can answer now or kahit wala na ako. What is your pleasure?
I will answer it.
Try to answer because
Your Honor, yes, sir.
I'm needed in the awarding ceremonies in Cavite. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Listen before I leave.
Your Honor, as far as fentanyl usage in the Philippines is concerned, and as far as seizures are concerned, negative fentanyl, yes, fentanyl, Your Honor, yes. We have no seizures as of now, Your Honor. No, none.
Zero.
None. Yes, fentanyl, sir, fentanyl.
So, but you recognize
Yes.
the current utilization and abuse? So, paano?
Sir, this is
So, anong nangyayari daw, coming from Burma, Thailand, and some perhaps from our nearby first world allies are also entering the market. So,
yes.
Do
In
you-
fact, sir,
do
it
you-
was the
do you concede na meron talaga nakakapasok?
we have not positively seized any of this fentanyl drug here.
But you were quoted that the Philippines has been the transshipment point for illegal drugs. So, nililipat-lipat ito. So, I quote here a Bulletin Today clipping as well as another news report. You were quoted.
Yeah. Yes, sir. This was during our anniversary last July 4th, sir, wherein we were asked about what should I be telling to the public. So I forewarned the public about the possible entry of fentanyl into the country because fentanyl, sir, is very how do you call it?
Colored siya, di ba?
Yes, sir. Yeah. But the reason why we became very aware of the fentanyl entering our country is that it's a number one problem in the U.S. now. It's causing a lot of deaths in the U.S. And when we received the Deputy Director General of the international narcotics law enforcement branch of the U.S. government, sir. She warned us about it, and that's the reason why we started talking with our foreign counterparts to help us out in monitoring the
So
possibility
no
of
seizure so far.
none, sir.
What about the usage? Any confirmed
No.
utilization of this?
None, sir. None.
None. Even through legal sources, and I'm now referring to prescriptions coming from.
It's a drug which requires prescription, sir. But again, it may be abused. But so far, as far as our arrests are concerned, negative po tayo.
So your statement was just a reflection of an alarm statement coming from your counterpart.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, Senator Tolentino, siguro alam natin how connected we are to the United States. Kung sikat si Michael Jordan sa US, sikat rin siya sa Pilipinas. Pag sikat si Mike Tyson sa Amerika, sikat rin siya dito sa Pilipinas. So yung cultural ties natin with the US and everything. So kung sikat yung fentanyl ngayon sa Amerika, we expect really na pupuntahin dito sa atin. So it's good that wala pa kayong na-monitor na usage ng fentanyl dito, although baka hindi lang na-monitor, meron na, pero hindi pa ganun kalala. But dapat prepared tayo, sir, magdatingan dito. Kasi I am 100% sure, kung uso yan sa Amerika, magiging uso talaga yan dito. Sigurado yan, susunod yan dito. So, in line with that, I would like to share with you a video, no? Can you play, Kumsik? This is about fentanyl use na nakuha natin sa nakakatakot na sitwasyon kapag magiging ganyan tayo dito sa Pilipinas. Yes, Secretary Koy, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
you have the
Actually, Your Honor, last July, we had the first meeting, online meeting of a new coalition organized, headed by the United States State Department. And in that in that online meeting, it was presided by Secretary Blinken of the U.S. Specifically, ang issue is the use of fentanyl, which is the #1 problem in the United States, as mentioned by DJ Lasso. Actually, may shortage po ng fentanyl worldwide because ang laki ng demand niyan sa US. So instead na i-export nila, internal domestic consumption na lang ang nangyayari. And we should be really on a lookout and be on guard for possible entry of fentanyl here in the US. Kasi ano po yan it's a regular drug. Talagang prescription talaga po yan. At ang problema, inaabuso lang talaga.
Yes, sir. At, alam natin yan, the role of supply and demand. Diba? When the demand goes up, the supply will really also goes up.
If I may ask,
Will go up.
Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Fentanyl, is it currently being produced by either India or China? India is a big pharmaceutical hub. China siguro. Kaya ba nilang gawin yan? O
We don't have any information, Your Honor. Yeah, but it is a drug which requires prescription. I think it is it is a controlled medication for pain management, Your Honor. And if it is abused, the effects is fatal, because if you try to go, I think what is required only is 0.02 milligrams, and if you go beyond that, that can cause someone's death, Your Honor. So that's why it's in the US, that's the problem now. It's causing a lot of deaths in the US.
apparently it's a stress reliever being abused.
Yeah, Senator Tolentino, I would like to share with you the video. If gusto. Sa Philadelphia ito. Philadelphia, United States of America.
Sila topless.
Tingnan nyo na napakalala na
Zombie drug is
sitwasyon. I hope
sweeping through America
this
right
won't
now.
happen here in
Eerie
the
footage
Philippines.
coming out of Philadelphia shows crowds of people slouched over but still standing. The insane part is that this is a common scene in almost
TikTok ata yan, sir. Kaya sinupply ng ano nila ng ibang ano yan?
But
Producer?
Anjit, mahirap yan i-produce kung talagang pinoproduce. Please,
Zombie
kung
drug is
wala, sige lang,
sweeping through
continue
America
playing.
right now. Eerie footage coming out
Oh.
of Philadelphia shows
Mm.
crowds of people slouched over.
Na naka-raise yung alarms natin para handa.
Mas mabuti.
Thank you, sir, for this opportunity. Thank you for your answers, Yusek Lasso.
But before you leave, Senator Tolentino, baka hindi ka na babalik dito mamaya. I would like to solicit to you your motion for the approval of the budget of all these agencies. And I will just leave it hanging on the table. Then afterwards, I will roll on your motion.
Prospectively,
Even though you're away. So I will roll that later. Please make the necessary motion.
Mr. Chair, I move for the adoption of the proposed budgets of PIDEA. What's the name of the peace process again? OPAPRO, Mindanao Development Authority, and Southern Philippines. DDP pa. Southern Philippines Development Authority and the Dangerous Drugs Board.
SPDA.
The dangerous, as an omnibus motion as well.
Omnibus motion. So there is an omnibus motion for the
Subject again to the increase of the budget of Minda.
yes. So I will put that motion on the table, and I am going to rule on that motion later. Thank you for
Mr.
that
Chairman.
motion, Senator
Zombie
Tolentino.
drug is sweeping through America right now. Eerie footage coming out of Philadelphia shows crowds of people slouched over but still standing. The insane part is that this is a common scene in almost every major city in America. They look like they are conscious, but not at the same time. The drug they are on is called xylazine, or more commonly known as tranq. It is known to place people into a zombie-like state where they are unable to move and seem to lose all awareness. People using the drug are put into a complete trance and can be seen walking around like an animal. The drug causes infections of the limbs, which most commonly result in amputations. It has been described as being so addictive that even a single accidental hit of it could get you hooked. Tranq is now in about 90% of Philadelphia's drug supply and can be commonly found in low-income areas of almost all U.S. cities. You can walk downtown right now and most likely see people like this.
So hindi pala fentanyl. I don't know what's the relationship with the fentanyl and tranq. That's new to us. The drug is tranq. So please study.
Sir,
Yes, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
if I may relate a personal story, sir. Ang fentanyl, sir, the reason why it is dangerous is because when it is used and mixed with the other drugs, yung effect, sir, is hindi malaman kung anong effect sa tao. Depende sa droga na tinitake niya, di ba? But I was able to personally see a drug user who mixed it with fentanyl. Alam mo sila ang ginawa niya? Kumuha siya ng electric knife, yung parang, alam niyo yung knife pero battery operated. So, parang ano, oo, parang ganun, sir. Parang chainsaw. Kung
Yeah.
mo sana, oo. Nasa gitna ng kalsada, sir, nilalagarin niya yung kamay niya. Tumatawa pa siya, pero nalagarin na niya yung femoral artery niya. So, nung dinala sa ospital, hindi malaman ng mga doktor kung anong ibigay sa kanya dahil yung effect nung hindi naman nila alam na may iba siyang droga na he took in before yung fentanyl. Eventually, he died.
Saan nangyari yan, sir?
Sa US, sir, because I worked there for a while. So, nasa security department, sir, ako nun. And ganun po yung effects nung fentanyl. Fentanyl per se, okay lang. Kaya lang, kapag na-mix mo sa ibang droga, magkakaiba ang effect niya sa bawat tao, sir. Depende sa droga na ginamit niya. So talagang, yung policewoman, sir, na responded doon. She had to go psychiatric therapy because nung nakita niya yung tao na nakasquat sa kalsada, na ginaganon yung sarili, wala na hinimatay na sir siya, nagtawag na siya ng responde. Sa US sir yun So, delikado sir talaga yung...
Sana hindi yan mangyari dito
Yes,
sa atin, sir. It's your lookout.
Yes sir, that's why
It's your lookout.
that's why we are coordinating with the our foreign counterparts sir na kung pwede sana magtulungan. Plus, of course, we are warning the public again na don't tinker with this kind of drug kasi talagang delikado. Fatal sir, fatal yung ano niya.
Alam mo na yung Pilipino, yung curiosity ng Pilipino,
I know, yes, sir.
kung saan yung uso at saka saan yung medyo hindi pa nila na-achieve, gusto nilang makukuha, di ba?
Yes sir.
So, sana ma-advance yung ating proactive tayo dapat dito, proactive
Your Honor.
tayo. Thank you, sir, for that. And meron pa kayo presentations?
Yes sir.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Continue. Please continue.
On the discussion of our fiscal year 2024 National Expenditure Program, again, sir, may I respectfully ask for your permission for our Plans and Operations Service Director, Director Wardley Getalia, to discuss this portion.
Yes,
you,
go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chair, good morning.
Yes.
So for National Expenditure Program for fiscal year 2024, we're grateful to the DBM for the approval of this proposed budget, and we are also humbly requesting and praying for this august body to also approve this budget proposal amounting to 3,354,484,000. And we are also thankful for continuously supporting our ambition to our agency's ambition for a drug-free Philippines. Next. Under the program expenditure system, PDEA uses the following outcome and output indicator to provide a quantifiable measure of the agency's accomplishment. So for 2024, PDEA's outcome is percentage decrease in drug personality, and the target is 10% reduction of annual target list. This is adherence to the call of the President or our President directive to go against top-level drug personalities or syndicate. So for our output indicators, we are also using the same output indicators for the recent years. 35% of total PDEA-initiated arrests are high-value targets, and conduct of 325 high-impact operations. And for our percentage of drug-related information and reports acted upon, which resulted to anti-drug operations, we are targeting 25% of the total information be accomplished and resulted to anti-drug operation. And for our budget dimension, our proposal are as follows. For PDEA's 3,354,484,000 NEP allocation, this is comprised of 3 allotment class. For personal service, we have 1,961,781,000. For MOOE, we have 1,225,337,000. And for capital outlay, we have 167,366,000 for a total of more than 3.3 billion pesos. Next. And for our National Expenditure Program for fiscal year 2024, so here are the approval for our Tier 2 project. Number 1 is the Narcotics Detection Dog Breeding Program. This is our pioneer program, or the first in the Philippines, if approved. So this is a continuing program. Last year, the Senate also allocated us a portion of their budget in this particular program or projects. So we have 3,140,000 pesos. And for
Meron,
information...
excuse me. Ongoing na yan ngayon na program, ha?
Yes, sir.
Meron
Yes,
tayong
sir.
breeding ground dyan
Yes,
sa
sir.
mga aso.
Yes, sir.
Gaano kadami ng aso natin dyan?
Nagsisimula pa lang po kami, sir.
Nagsisimula pa?
Nagsisimula pa lang po.
Wala pa?
Yes, sir.
Wala pa kayong aso na tinitrain? O,
Meron na po, sir. Opo.
tapos ang pag-breed, wala pa?
Yes, sir.
Wala pang
Yes, sir.
nabuntis? Wala pang nanganak?
Wala pa, sir.
Pero you're going towards that direction.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Alam mo importance dyan? At saka, bakit tayo mag-insist ng program na yan? Pareho tayo eh. Si General Koy, dating boss ko ito, alam niya kung gaano kamahal magbili ng aso. Imported na aso, imported ang trainer, imported training, napakamahal. Di ba, sir? Yung binili natin sa DCPO noon, Davao City Police Office, ang sobrang mahal. Whereas kung tayo ang mag-breed, tayo mag-train, mas makamura talaga tayo. So, dapat yung programa na yan ay...
Yes, sir.
At saka, hindi lang, kung mayroon na kayong breeding dyan, nagbe-breed kayo, makasupply pa kayo sa ibang ahensya like Coast Guard.
Yes, sir.
The Department of Transportation, DOTR, kung nangangailangan sila ng aso na gano'n, and other agencies na kahit private, kung magiging income ninyo ito, kung income generating kapag lalago niyong programa ninyo, makasupply na kayo sa iba. So, I really support this program. Alam natin gaano ka-importante ito.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Continue.
Yes, sir. Of course, our main objective here is to produce healthy, well-trained, and home-raised K9 with minimal cost. So our third is the Information System Strategic Plan amounting to 113,713,000. So ito po yung office productivity namin composed of IT equipment, computers, laptop, printers, among others. Next is the Digital Forensic Enhancement Project with allotted fund of 15,617,000 pesos. So the Digital Forensic Enhancement Project is a continuing project for the subscription of our forensic equipment. Last is the Safety and Security Project. So we have 421,000 pesos for this project. And this is to provide CCTV security to our office facilities, not only for the safety and security of our personnel, but also to promote transparency in our regional offices. Next slide. And this is the National Expenditure Program by appropriation source. For agency specific, we have 3,194,375,000 and 160,109,000 pesos for retirement and insurance life premium, for a total of 3,354,484,000 pesos. Next slide, please. And this is the PDA allotment for 2023 General Appropriation ACORGA. We have 1.8 billion for personal service and around 1.1 million for our MOOE, and a capital outlay of only 6,755,000 for a total of 3,021,572,000 pesos. Next is the comparative budget for 2023 GAA and for 2024 NEP. So we have a variance of a decrease in 15,412,000 for personal service. This can be attributed to a number of resigned personnel of around 52 personnel. And for our MOO, we have an increase of 27,604 or 2.30%. And for our capital outlay, we have an increase of 160,611,000 pesos. So the total is we have an increase of 172,803,000 pesos or 5.72%. Next slide, please. That's all for our National Expenditure Program, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
to reiterate what our operations officer earlier said, we are grateful for the support that we are getting from the Senate and the House of Representatives. However, there remain some avenues for the improvement of PDEA services, some projects that we need to implement to further improve our capacity and capability to serve the Filipino people. Thus, we are asking for an additional support in the amount of 589,026,000 on top of the allocated 3.19 billion NEP to fund 5 of our priority projects. Number 1 on our list there is the establishment of the PDEA Academy. Right now, sir, The PDEA Academy is like a bed spacer in Camp Mariano Castañeda. We have already been warned again on several occasions that we have to leave Camp Castañeda. We have a proposal for the construction of an academy, sir, but for this year, only 50 million pesos was released for the construction of its fencing. We have a 11-hectare property in Tanay Rizal that is going to house the future PDEA Academy. Now, we are proposing na sana, sir, magkaroon ng multi-year appropriation para ma-realize yung construction ng academy. And for this year, we are proposing 255,911,000 to fund the road networks that has to be constructed inside so that materials can be brought in and so that construction will continue, sir.
Pag-propose niyo, sir, sa inyong inclusion sa NEP ninyo, ng budget ninyo, hindi kayo nag-propose niyan? Yung multi-year?
Yes, sir.
Kunti-kunti lang,
Yeah,
nag-propose kayo?
we propose it, sir.
Pero hindi in-approve?
No, sir.
Ano sabi mo, may in-approve lang na 50?
For
Ang-
this year, sir,
for this year.
yeah, it was a budget for last year, 50 million for the
Last year yun, for this year.
Yes, sir.
So anong ginagawa nyo? Nag-start na kayo,
Yes,
nag-fencing?
we have started the fencing project already.
Konkreta, kino-concretize
Yes,
niyo?
Your Honor. Yes.
Tama yun, dahil maraming kuhan dyan, maraming magkaka-interest niya ng area na yan kapag hindi nyo i-fence. So anyway, you just propose yung multi-year. Para pag multi-year kasi hindi ganong malaki.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pace by pace ang paghingi natin ng pundo kasi kung biglain natin, outright kagad dyan,
Yes, Your Honor.
kuhan sila. Dandahan lang,
Yes, sir.
kunti-kunti. Please continue.
Yes, second on our...
Yung sandali, sir, ha?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung inyong PDEA Academy sa Camp Castañeda, operational, functional pa hanggang ngayon.
Yes, yes, Your
Personal.
Honor. Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
So, may
That's where we
trainers,
train our
but
people.
may training pa kayo doon.
Yes. That's where we conduct our training, sir. However, we rely on the facilities of the National Police Academy.
Yun nga,
You know,
yun nga.
firing range, yung takbuhan and everything. Di ba, sir? Tapos, they have, like I said earlier, gusto na rin nilang kunin, sir, kasi may paggagamitan na rin sila. So,
Alam ko.
gusto na rin natin,
Dapat talaga meron kayo sarili nyo.
Yes, sir. This was overlooked when they made the law. That we are 21 years old already and we still don't have our own academy, sir, where we can train our new agents and retrain our people.
Siguro, idagdag natin yan doon sa kuha ninyo, yung, but anyway, kahit na may batas, kung hindi na pupunduhan, mahirapan din tayo. Importante dyan, dandahanin natin. Tama
Yes, Your
yun,
Honor,
yung
yes.
multi-year na pacing.
Sir, in fact, it was you, sir, who funded the 50 million fencing construction.
What is 50 million kung
I know.
11 hectares, 11 hectares yung
Yes, Your
fence mo. Tapos concrete pa, baka ilang meters lang yan ang tatakbuhan yan. But anyway, at least for a start, masimulan na nyo para mapilitan tayo magpundo succeeding years hanggang sa matapos yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Second on our list is the operationalization of the PDEA highly urbanized cities offices, which asks for 154,840,000. Sir, what is happening is that we have provincial offices, but we do not have offices for highly urbanized cities. So, to give an example, sir, we have an office for Cebu Province, but we do not have an office for Cebu City. So, ito sana, sir, yung nire-request natin na itong mga highly urbanized cities, HUCs nga, sana they should be, if they could be treated as like provincial offices, magkaroon din sana ng budget. So,
Pwede man ipattern yung sa PNP, di ba?
yes.
Yung Cebu City is not part of Cebu Province.
Yes. Yes, Your
Davao
Honor.
City is no longer part of Davao Sur. It's a highly urbanized city. So, yung proposal nyo is ganon na
Yes, sir.
pagka-treatment dapat.
And as mentioned earlier, sir, itong narcotic dog detection dog breeding program. So, sana i-continue natin yung unang pinunduhan, sir, ni Senator Pimentel para magtuloy-tuloy, sir, yung project. We also need to strengthen the transportation or the lift capability of our interdiction units, sir. Ito yung mga seaports, airports, land transportation interdiction units natin, sir, that we would like to give vehicles for their daily movements.
Capital outlay yan, sir, di ba?
Yes, Your
Transportation. So hindi nyo, wala kayong for this year? Walang capital outlay for procurement of vehicles? Meron? Additional? Thank you.
And lastly, sir, is the capability enhancement of the PDEA forensic laboratories nationwide. Sir, this is also connected to the profiling plan of the DDB. Ito, sir, yung pang DNA natin ng droga. So we can know the history, sino yung mga kapatid niya, saan nanggaling. And this is very important, sir, because we will be able to trace kung saan ang sources nito. So it's very crucial that we also have to enhance our laboratories para dito sa profiling capability ng mga laboratories, sir, natin. If I can just, can we hyperlink item number 1 po? Kaya ba ng hyperlink yan? Next slide. Sir, this is how the PDEA Academy looks like in 2026, sir. So right now, it's the fencing ongoing. That is phase 1. Phase 2 will be the construction of the road network inside. Then phase 3, that will now be the construction of the buildings. By phase 4, sir, if this will be realized, we can start training people in the academy already. So that will be hopefully in 2026. Then by 2024, that will be in 2026, sir, yung phase 4. Then for phase 5, that should be in 2027, we will now be able to do our advanced courses for our own agents. Kasi sir, ang nangyayari ngayon, basic course lang. Wala tayong parang senior leadership course, junior leadership course, officers advanced course, parang ganun, because we have to retrain our agents every now and then. So that's where we can conduct our training, sir. The academy will also will be helpful for us as far as finances are concerned, because instead of us getting the services of hotels to conduct our seminars and trainings, we will now have our own academy to do our in-house courses, sir.
Saan ang location niya, sir? Sa Tanay,
Tanay
Tanay?
Rizal, sir. Tanay Rizal.
Malapit sa kampo ng army? O
No, sir. No.
malayo?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But it's a good site, sir. May, kung tutusin mo, sir, comparable to, parang Baguio. They were looking at PMA nung tumitingin sila ng site ng ano, sir, ng PDEA Academy.
Sige, sir. Last,
That ends our briefing, sir.
yes, sir.
Good
Thank
morning.
you. Last year, this committee was able to insert 100 million sa inyong budget, pero ito nakalagay sa unprogrammed funds. So, may we know kung na-avail ba niyo ito? Na-avail niyo itong insertion na ito?
Good morning ulit, sir. Sir, the latest coordination with the Department of Budget and Management, sir, the 100 million intended for the Anti-Drug Command Center of the PDEA, sir, isinama na siya, sir, dun sa second release ng excess fund ng Bureau of Treasury, sir. Kumbaga, sir, kasi yung first release, sir, ng excess fund ng Bureau of Treasury daw po, pinagkasya lang, sir, sa DOH frontliners natin, sir. So, ngayon, sir, yung sa second release, sir, as of September, sir, isinama na daw po sa list of priorities si PDEA po. Magpa-follow up po ulit kami by first week ng October kung ano na po yung naging status po nung prioritization po na kasama po si PDEA, sir.
Yes, palapin nyo. Sayang din ito. 100 million. At nakalagay na talaga yan doon sa GAA Di ba? So once it's in the GA, it's already a law, and the law should be implemented.
Yes, sir.
Ah.
Yes, sir. But it's stated, sir, na kasama siya sa unprogrammed.
Ang program nga.
Yes, sir.
program.
Yes, sir. Opo. Yes, sir.
Maraming variables yan. in
Opo.
program.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ang daming variables na i-consider mo dyan. But then again, andyan talaga yan, kasama yan sa GA nakalagay.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much po, sir, for the sponsorship po nung 100 million for the establishment of the command center.
Sana ma-realize yan. Thank you. So, may concern pa kayo, sir? Sa inyo, okay na? As far as this committee is concerned, okay na rin ako. We just have to prepare for the plenary deliberation of this of your budget. So with that, there was a pending motion by Senator Tolentino for the approval of your budget. So siguro, tapos naman kayo para maka-forward yung iba. The proposed budget of Dangerous Drugs Board and PDEA is hereby approved. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for that.
Suspend po na, sir.
Suspend mo tayo. 1 minute suspension. First, we'll tackle the presidential office of the presidential advisor on peace, reconciliation, and unity, and to be followed by Minda. Then last is SPDA. Sir, you have the floor. Thank you. Yes, sir. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, sir. To our honorable and distinguished Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, sir, my idol and companion in Davao provinces and also Davao City.
This way mo na, sir. You're snappy underclass.
Yes, yeah.
Huwag ka na mahiya. Huwag ka na mahiya. Diretso mo na.
My-
You're snappy underclass.
My snappiest underclass.
Ayun. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
One of the greatest chief PNP of our time. Please allow me to extend our appreciation and gratitude for this opportunity to present the OPAPRU and the National Amnesty Commission or the NAC budget for 2024. So we would like also to thank you for all the support and our Defense of Our program for OPAPRU over the years. Thank you very much, sir. At the onset, let me point out that the rationale for the OPAPRU budget increase has been our repeated call to fund socioeconomic interventions, particularly as we focus on the post-conflict reconstruction, rehabilitation, and transition to sustainable peace and development. This will include the provisions of amnesty. We must devote our resources to preventing the socioeconomic triggers for recruitment and rebellion, prevent renewed rebellion, and instead encourage these rebel groups to come forward and return to the folds of the law and mainstream society. We will fund the 5 billion Pamana projects that have been restored to OPAPRU to deliver on the socioeconomic interventions to ensure changed lives and transformed communities will be realized. With this shift and emphasis on the post-conflict phase, we appeal to the Honorable Senate for the support to the National Expenditure Program of the OPAPRU and the National Amnesty Commission, especially for the Pamana infrastructure outlays of 5 billion that will fund projects in priority areas, which we'll present in the next slides, and for the consideration of our unfunded requirement that will fill in the budget gap that we will still need in 2024, given the intensified focus on economic recovery and post-conflict development. The President Marcos Jr. has time and again emphasized the need to sustain and build on the gains of the whole-of-nation approach at the national and local levels. He believes that this will be the key in addressing peace and security concerns affecting the country. As the President has stated, we cannot afford to go back to square one. His instructions is there should be no more resurgence, Your Honor. By virtue of Executive Order number 158 series of 2021, the agency's expanded mandate is geared towards the attainment of a just and lasting peace for the nation and for all Filipinos. The OPAPRU is tasked to manage, direct, and integrate and supervise all aspects of comprehensive peace process, including the initiatives that promote and reinforce national reconciliation and unity. The agency is guided by the 5-point peace agenda on peace, reconciliation, and unity of the Marcos administration that operationalizes the policy directions under EO 158 while sustaining the gains of the peace process. Peace is a fiscal issue. This is a quote from Albay Representative Joey Salceda, who emphasized that the country needs a fiscal space to strengthen its external defense posture. By ending armed conflict through the enhancement of transformation programs for the former rebel groups, our security sector, especially the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the PNP, especially the Armed Forces of the Philippines, can now focus on defending the country's borders. This begs the question, how do we lower the incidence of armed conflict internally? Your Honor, we recommend that the government should invest in peace. As we enter the post-conflict phase, the UPAPRO is implementing holistic intervention framework for transitioning former rebels to ensure robust peace dividends. This requires a whole-of-nation approach involving all stakeholders towards sustainable socio-economic development and guarantee that the former rebels will not go back to radicalism, terrorism, and violent armed conflicts. Your Honor, let me now present the agency's program accomplishments and updates as of August 2023 as required by this August Senate. In our peace process with the MILF, this is Program 1, we have achieved a unified moral front from the MILF and the MNLF working together for a strong regional bureaucracy before the first parliamentary election takes place in 2025. However, we still need to ensure the signing of the exit agreement, the conduct of peaceful farm elections as directed by the President in 2025, and strengthen the implementation of mechanisms between the national government and the BARM for a strong and mutually beneficial partnership. This means they strengthen the implementation of mechanisms of 7 intergovernmental bodies. Under the normalization program, we have decommissioned over 65% of the MILF combatants, with the remaining 35% of the completion in 2024. This means that we have already decommissioned 26,000. More than 4,600 weapons and 6,800 ammunitions had been turned in and disposed, while support to decommissioned combatants throughout the cash assistance amounting to 2.6 billion have been provided, alongside with the 602 million worth socioeconomic packages and community projects. For the 2024 budget, we still need to implement the remaining 1.8 billion socioeconomic catch-up programs and 2.3 billion camp transformation interventions, transform 6 camps to show the window of the peace and stability, and also to really get the implementation of our agreements. Inspired by the convergence efforts of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority with the MILF and other sectors of the Bangsamoro, the MNLF Usuary Group and MNLF SEMA groups have expressed their openness to pursue convergence in relation to the future engagement with the Organization of the Islamic Cooperation through the Bangsamoro Coordination Forum, and to implement the Bangsamoro Development Assistance Fund and the Tripartite Monitoring Committee as the remaining commitments to the 1996 Final Peace Agreement. Relative to the implementation of the transformation program for the MNLF, the security mechanisms had been agreed to be set in place, such as the validation of 2,000 combatants and corresponding numbers of firearms in the provinces of Basilan, Maguindanao del Sur, Maguindanao del Norte, Lanao del Sur, and North Cotabato. However, these are only initial interventions. We still need to provide for the continued support for the full transformation of 2,000 MNLF combatants parallel to the normalization of the MILF for a harmonized and holistic approach in the Bangsamoro, and to ensure that no one is left behind. On Program 3, the localized peace engagement and its transformation program is now considered as the most effective approach in dealing with the CPP and PANDF, following the termination of the national level talks since 2018. Toward this end, a series of transformation program planning in 18 priority areas were carried out with partner local government units. Stronger convergence efforts from the National Task Force and the Regional Task Force LCAC members, and forming special project teams to assist with people's organization. We will continue to this intensified trend and cover the additional areas in 2024 as we maintain and localize peace engagement and the transformation program towards the eradication of the communist insurgency in the remaining affected areas. On the peace process with the RPMP, ABB, 727 members were decommissioned and 315 firearms turned in and disposed. They have received livelihood settlement grants, social protection packages, and community projects. We still have to complete the 12 settlement sites and 622 housing projects and transition to a local support mechanism to sustain the full transformation program for the RPA, now called the Kapatiran. Your Honors, we have already have a sustainable success on this, considering that we have been able to localize our peace engagement with the Provincial Governor Maria Flores. We are now almost complete with the commitments for the CBA and CPLA with the provisions of social protection packages, the employment of 473 CPLAs as forest guards, and livelihood and community projects for 37 barangays. 10 people's organizations had been organized and received projects, while 200 next of kin receive educational assistance. The remaining intervention for the 39 barangays are now focused on community-based projects that include women, youth, and indigenous people. Local initiatives for pushing the Cordillera autonomy are also continuously supported through the local advocacies. Executive Order 125 had created the National Amnesty Commission that shall process and grant amnesty to former rebels. The commission has been organized and fully operationalized with its strategic plan, implementing rules and regulations and procedures for processing of applications. It has organized the local amnesty boards in pre-identified areas with capacitated membership from the LGUs and security sector. Information campaigns and partnership with agencies have also been rolled out. However, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, we still need the issuance of the extended amnesty proclamation, and the President has asked Congress for support and concurrence. The remaining local amnesty boards are also need to be set up nationwide in order to accept the anticipated application from the MILF, MNLF, RPA, and former CPP, NPA, and DF. This is the reason why that we will be appealing for the possible intervention of the Congress for certain insertion path for the National Amnesty Commission. We also continue to implement social healing and peace-building programs, provide healing and reconciliation sessions for former rebels, which we replicate in other provinces. We also provide psychological interventions in communities affected by surfacing former violent extremists and strengthening the role of women and youth in the National Action Plan for Women, Peace, and Security 2023 to 2033, which is mandated by the UN Council. To date, the national government has allocated 19 billion pesos to implement more than 4,000 Pamana projects from 2017 to 2022 across the country. The Pamana support the peace building of peaceful, progressive, and conflict-resistant communities and boosting economic activities in the regions where they have been implemented. Your Honor, Payapa at Masaganang Pamayanan program is very crucial in cross-cutting intervention in the socio-economic intervention that we need in all peace tables that we had accomplished. Finally, the OPAPRO continue to play the catalytic role in peace education and in promotion of culture of peace in the academy and other learning institutions in coordination with CHED and also with DepEd. Through the partnership with the various learning institutions and relevant national government agencies, OPAPRO has spearheaded the conduct of learning exchanges and reflection of sessions on peace education. Now, please allow me to proceed to our status of fund utilization as well as OPAPRO's fiscal targets for 2022-2023.
Sir, yung Pamana, sino intended recipients nito?
Sir, i-explain po namin, sir, mamaya, sir,
Ah,
in details. Because there are many recipients like the Bangsamoro, the RPA, ABB, and also our future rebel returnees from the CPP and PA.
Thank you, thank you.
We will have an extensive explanation of this. Shown on the slide is the PAPRO's financial performance for calendar year 2022. Of our allotment of 2.3 billion, we have obligated and disbursed over 2 billion, which is translated to 95.27% obligation and 93.19% disbursement last December 2022. This is a rendering of the 2022 funds with the balance equivalent of 107 million. The remaining obligated balance was due to the ongoing preparations and security site arrangement for the transformation program of the CPP and PNDF affected areas and other programs which required agreements by our partner rebel groups and also with the LGU. For 2023, shown is the financial performance as of first semester. Of the allotment of over 2 billion, we have obligated 1.3 billion pesos. And we have already disbursed 99.26% as of end of June 2023. The unobligated balance is due to the delays in program implementation affected by political and other constraints. We have to secure the agreement between the government and the MILF to continue the decommissioning process and the camp transformation program. Agreements had to be reached as well as between, in coordination with the committees, to proceed with the validation of the MNLF combatants and the groundwork and the preparation that had to be carried out for the transformation program planning for the areas affected by the CPP and PANDF. On the next slide, this shows our status of funds as of June and as of August 2023. We have obligated 64% in June and 69% by end of August. We will be able to obligate the remaining funds by end of December 2023 through the various continuing plans and activities that will be implemented this coming October and November. We have recently concluded the Peace Month activities, the decommissioning of the MILF combatants third phase, and other major activities to utilize and disburse our program budget. On the other hand, as reflected in the PAPRO physical targets for 2023, we are on track in the agency's completion of targets. You may note that the PEG targets are still from 15% to 50% for the completion of signed peace agreements, since major components such as socioeconomic development, healing and reconciliation intervention, and most of the post-conflict rehabilitation will spill over beyond 2024 and 2025 in the implementation of this long-term reconstruction effort and multi-year initiatives. Please allow me now to present the PAPRO 2024 National Expenditure Programs, which will include the Pamana Project. But first, please allow me to present this historical budget of PAPRO from 2016 to 2023 versus the 2024 NEP. We can notice that 2019 was the start of the decommissioning of the MILF and the RPA combatants, of which we have been working with only 2 billion from different fund sources. As we can see from the graph, there is a significant increase of 5 billion in 2024 due to the restored Pamana allocation. This slide shows that the Pamana investment from 2011 to 2023 with no substantial funding from 2019 up to now. This has hampered the full transformation of the conflict-affected areas and former camps into peaceful communities. Despite its setback, the Pamana had impacted the increased economic activity in the region of the implementation based on the NEDA report that the Pamana has a more or less 20% increase of productivity when it is being implemented. Very few government interventions can cause such direct and immediate impact per the NEDA studies, as I have said earlier. On the screen is the comparative budget data of PAPRO and the National Amnesty Commission versus the 2024 NEP. We were provided close to 2 billion budget for 2022 and 2023. This is the same level in 2024, but the 5 billion increase for Pamana project This now amounts on over 7.7 billion in 2024. While this may show a budget increase in 2024, let me present in the succeeding slides the key features and differences. Shown is the increase, is the comparative budget data per major programs and component. These cover our operations, our mechanisms, the security and socioeconomic aspects, the competence building measures, the political aspect, and other peace building and social healing interventions. We are operating on the same fund levels for these core and sustaining programs, despite the full force of our implementation. To emphasize, the increased budget in 2024 is largely due to 5 billion infrastructure projects for the MILF and MNLF communities, for the CPP and PA affected areas, and the remaining commitment in Panay and Negros Island area in the RPA ABB Kapatiran and in the Cordillera with the CPLA. These are only a portion of the required catch-up socioeconomic interventions to help transform the lives of former rebels and have an impact in conflict-affected areas. We are also supporting the National Amnesty Program through the National Amnesty Commission. This means that we are implementing a major political measure complementary to the peace process for a commission that is equivalent to a department bureau, but without the substantial additional funding and personnel. Actually, the one funded for the NEF is only the 3 commissioners, but the funding of the personnel is not included in the net budget of 2024, Your Honor. So that's why we are appealing that the National Amnesty Commission be given due consideration, because as the President had said, peace process without the amnesty, it is still incomplete. We have this.
Babawasan natin yung pamanan nyo. Bigay natin sa kanila para meron silang sweldo.
Wag naman.
Magkasuldo sila, sir. Thank you, sir.
Wag naman siya. Magagalit sir yun. We anticipate the influx of thousands of amnesty application once the proclamation are issued by the President and concurred by Congress. We are estimating, Mr. Senator, Your Honor, that we will be having more or less 85 to 100 over the 2-year span per day. So we will be looking at the number of 15 to 20,000 applicants. Next on Pamana, this brings to my next point that the Pamana is the principal socio-economic program of PAPRO and the government's peace and development convergence intervention for isolated, hard-to-reach, vulnerable, conflict-affected communities. A review of the studies commissioned by NEDA, which covered over 15,000 projects, reveals that the Pamana set the foundation of coordinated, conflict-sensitive development efforts. For example, the Pamana provided access to isolated barangays, the opening of livelihood opportunities and business, employment, improving access and connectivity, which helped increase local businesses by as much as 20%. Pamana projects that were implemented in the participatory manner have empowered stakeholders, especially the LGUs, that further led to the tangible development, governance reforms, and improving local capacities. Shown is the Pamana data for the PAPRO program and project type under the 5 billion infrastructure projects in isolated conflict-affected areas, on the MILF camps, MNLF areas, the CPP and PA affected areas, the RPA in Negros and Panay, and the CPLA in Cordilleras. As you can see in the graph, we have 39 projects for the MILF, amounting to 1.059 billion. For Program 2, for the GPH peace process, for our MNLF brothers, we have 24 projects totaling to 582 million. For the local peace engagement and transformation of our CPP, NPA, NDF rebel returnees, we have 36 projects amounting to 2.462 billion nationwide. And for Program 4, for our RPA, ABB, and CPLA, we have 22 projects amounting to 820 million. And also for the implementation support of 75 million with a total of 5 billion, Your Honor. This is the breakdown of the Pamana project that has been deliberated ever last year po, Your Honor, so that we can really support our peace tables in the different areas of our conflict affected.
Meron kang breakdown niya, sir, by region or by province?
Yes, sir. Meron po tayong may submit, sir, na. Then it is also by project and by ano, sir, by ano po, sir, by time project, and also we have also by provinces and regions, and also by conflict affected areas.
Yeah, meron akong kuhan dito by region. Sa Region 11, ang meron lang Davao de Oro, Davao del Norte, Davao Oriental. Yung Davao del Sur at saka Davao Occidental, wala, zero.
So there are some ongoing negotiation with the different districts.
Dapat i-consider nyo dahil Davao Sur, na alam niyo, NPA
Yes,
dyan,
sir.
di ba?
Yes, sir.
Tapos sa Davao Occidental, yung may lip camp dyan sa may Malita,
Yes, sir.
sa basta dyan sa Davao Occidental. Sana tingnan rin nyo na mabigyan din sila.
Yes, sir. Kasi ang ano po namin, sir, we are organizing it with the provincial governors. We already had some finalization with the other LGUs. And the programming for the different LGUs are also upcoming, sir. We will provide, sir, Your Honor.
Kailan, I am in behalf of those two governors,
Yes, sir.
Davao Sur at saka Davao Occidental. I am appealing to you na bigyan rin nyo. Dahil 5 billion ito. Yes,
Yes, sir.
kahit konti lang.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Para naman, patubig doon sa bundok, pailaw. Para pag ginagawa natin ilkat,
Yes, sir.
sa ilkat na projects natin.
Yes, sir. We will do so.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It is expected that the Pamana project will continue to accelerate the gains in the comprehensive peace process and address the communities that had been lagging behind and left out of government reach. Going back to our comparison of 2023-2024 NEP, this shows the breakdown of the funds for the operations of funds transfer. It can be noted that we have been operating with an average of only 800 million, while the bulk of our fund transfer to partner agencies such as DSWD, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the PNP, the PSA, and the Department of Agriculture, and also with the DPWH to the recipient LGUs to implement the deliverables on security such as decommissioning, competence building measure, and limited social protection projects. The fund transfer make up close to 60% of our budget to support the component and post-conflict construction of communities that are at the heart of the conflict-affected areas. Your Honor, to underscore the huge work of post-conflict development and budget gap to address this demand, please allow me to present the remaining unfunded priority requirements of the agency. We earnestly appeal to the Honorable Senator for the support for the following items. On our mandatories that were affected by previous budget cuts brought about by the pandemic, particularly for the division support for the operations. Again, for the National Amnesty Commission unfunded budget for their mandatories, their operational requirements, and local amnesty board processing of amnesty applications. There is still the remaining transition cash assistance to complement the decommissioning of 40,000 MILF combatants. And if it will not be funded, this amount, the decommissioning will spill over 2025. The peace education and PCBA programs that are unfunded in 2024 and the remaining projects that were not included in the Pamana infrastructure outlays, since these are sub-projects for the RPA and CPLA areas and the remaining cash assistance for transitioning MNLF combatants. This is a total of more than 800 million requested for unfunded requirements to allow us to deliver on the commitments by the government under the signed peace agreements. With this, Your Honor, we humbly submit and request for consideration to the Honorable Senate Committee Charlie for the overall OPAPRO and NAC 2024 budget amounting to 7 billion pesos for priority and continuing interventions of the transformation and normalization programs and the Pamana projects for these lagging complete affected areas and last mile communities which must not be left behind. For the utmost consideration by the Honorable Senate of the unfunded requirements of PAPRO and the Amnesty Commission for the proposed special provisions that we have submitted for the Pamana Implementation Support and National Amnesty Commission Fund in 2024. In response to the President's directive, in closing, the PAPRO will continue to address the root causes of the armed conflict and put an end on the cycle of violence that has upended the lives of thousands of our countrymen. As the President said, kailangang maramdaman ng bawat Pilipino ang suporta ng gobyerno. In line with our expanded mandate, our agency remains steadfast in bringing about a just and lasting peace to all Filipinos. Thank you very much and mabuhay po tayong lahat. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that presentation. So, ano yung question ko? Yung kung natin, sir, budget utilization rate, ano lang,
So yung sa budget
for this year, for this year.
for this year, sir, ang ating budget obligations is for before the end of August. Ang ano po natin, sir, is 64% per semester. End of August, naging 69% na po, sir. 69%.
69.
So yung main bulk po ng aming transformation program will be executed this end of September and October. And we assume that we can obligate the same.
Everything. You can obligate everything before the end of the year.
Yes, sir. As we have obligated more or less 99% and 95% utilized last year.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, last year, sir, we have obligated 95.3%, sir.
93.
Yes, sir. Almost 2.1 billion during 2022 budget that we had. And also during 2020, sir, we have received unqualified comment from the COA. We only have some sort of lagging during the 2020-2021 because of the COVID-19 pandemic. We were not able to execute most of our programs because of the COVID-19.
So, ano yung problema natin sa National Amnesty Commission?
Actually, sir, we don't have, as a new office, we still don't have capital outlay to purchase.
New office. Kailan ba ito na-create?
During the time of President Duterte in February 2021.
2021.
But it was not fully implemented because there was no chairperson and there were no commissioners that were appointed.
So the creation of which is based solely on executive order,
Yes, sir.
not
Yes, sir.
legislation coming from
Yes,
Congress.
Your Honor.
So executive order. So hindi ba kasama sa executive order yung funding requirements ninyo? Hindi nakalagay?
None, sir. It's just that based on the funding source that the DBM may identify, and they had identified the OPAPRO savings as our funding source.
So, may savings pala kayo dyan?
Actually, sir, ang ginagawa sir namin talaga, we are really trying to allocate also to the National Amnesty Commission. So ang ginagawa namin sir, nagsasacrifice yung ibang operational namin because we wanted also that the NAC should move forward, considering that this is a very important mechanisms in our peace programs.
Ilan yung kuha ninyo, ma'am? Ilang kayong, yung commission nyo is composed of how many commissioners?
One chairperson and 2 commissioners.
2 commissioners. So your main mandate is what?
Our mandate
Pinaka-mandate nyo?
is to process application for amnesty and then recommend to the president for approval of the recommendations that the commission has decided. The commission, sir, aside from the chairperson and the 2 commissioners, we have 4 ex officio members. They are the secretaries of Justice, National Defense, Interior, and Local Government, and OPAP.
Okay, so as of now, may ongoing kayong pinaprocess ngayon?
None yet, sir, because we are
Wala pa?
waiting for the proclamation of the president to give or to grant an extension of the period to file their application.
Okay. Thank
Sir,
you. Thank
sir,
you. Yes, sir.
Actually, sir, yung may funding sila for 2023, pero naka-intact po dun sa gaan ng OPAPRO that worth 86,350,000. So kaya yung dinidispense po namin is the GAA of DINAC, but it requires additional funding, considering that for 2024 NEP, the funding is only 77,263,000. So they will be needing some of their requirements for transportation, for movements, and also for massive information and education. And also the creation of the local amnesty boards, which requires the creation of 17 regional amnesty boards.
So attach agency mo ito sila?
Yes, sir. Ang ano nga po namin is they should be some sort of independent commission. They will have their own funding and their own processing. But considering that the organization of the National Amnesty Commission was delayed due to the non-appointment of the commissioners, the current chairman was appointed only during the time of President Marcos.
So if your desire is to separate
Yes, sir. So that
totally the NAC from your office, so siguro the creation of which is by executive order, so maybe through yung executive order na yan, makiusap ka kay ES na i-amend din nyo yung executive order na yan na totally magiging sila, independent galing sa iyo. Dahil we cannot, that Congress cannot interfere with the executive order because it is an executive action. It's not a legislative action. Unless otherwise, gusto nyong institutionalize yan at we will legislate policies pertaining to that through enactment of laws. But as of now, the status of which is under AO, and that is an executive action. So sila rin ang mag-amend, mag-modify ng order na yan, yung Malacanang. So makiusap kayo kay ES na aksyonan nila yan. Kung gusto mong ihiwalay ang NAC from your office.
actually the option, sir, is they will have a fiscal autonomy that can be written on the special provisions on the GAA.
Pero, wala mang debate, may debate. May debate ba dito? Any comment? Kaya ba natin gawin yan? Ha? Any comment?
Good afternoon po.
They are fighting for
Your
fiscal
Honor.
autonomy.
Opo. By the way po, I'm Acting Assistant Director Carlos Castro po from the DBM. Actually, sir, we have a meeting before with the OPA Pro and the NA-NAC po. At ang isa po sa kanilang request po ay maging attached agency po sila under the OPA Pro. However po, clearly cited po sa Executive 125 po, in terms of funding po, na ang kanilang pondo po ay nasa OPA Pro po. Kaya po hindi po maihiwalay ng DBM po yung kanilang pondo unless po may amend po yung EO 125 po.
That is what I was suggesting to them
Yes,
a while ago.
yes, Your Honor.
Makiusap sila. Yes, ma'am. You want to?
Sir, because this is a legislative body, the legislative body, the law that you want, you will provide in the GAA is higher than the executive order.
Yeah, obvious. So, that's why tinanong natin sila, their opinion to this matter. They cannot stop us. This is the power of the purse belongs to the Congress, di ba? So, tinanong natin sila. Hindi rin man natin gusto na inakte ng policy dito, tapos sila na mag-implement labag sa kalooban nila, walang harmony, inter-branch of government harmony. So while we enjoy checks and balances, kailangan rin natin ng harmony, kaya hinihingi natin yung opinion nila. So para to institutionalize everything, yun nga, makiusap tayo sa AS na ayusin yan. But kung gusto niyong ang problema kasi pag gagawin namin dito, anyway, maliit lang naman ito para line item B2 ng Malacanang siguro, but yun nga pag i-recommend ng DBM kay Presidente, sir, line item B2 mo yan dahil lumabag yan sa ating executive order. Wala rin magawa yung kuwan. Wala rin. Pagdating line item B2, kaya gawin ng Pangulo yan. Pag kayo bumubulong doon, yung DBM. But anyway, ayusin natin ito. So you're asking for a particular provision in the GAA that we are going to insert to
Yes.
this committee na
And just to launch the budget with the NAC. That's what we are all asking for.
Yeah.
Just to launch the money of NAC to NAC. And
Okay.
by the way, sir, we want to inform your good self that the ODESLA has pending amendment of the Executive Order 125 to include what we are talking now in that amendments.
very good, very good. So okay na pala ito. Meron na ginagawa sa OISLA. Okay. Sige ma'am, my staff will discarte on how to subject to style wordings of this the provision that we are going to insert in the GAA para magkakaroon kayo ng fiscal autonomy na hindi na through OPAP yung inyong pundo. We will do that. Joe? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Salamat, ma'am. So, I think there are no more questions. Gusto na ba niyong umalis? O makinig pa kayo sa dalawa? Ahensya. Kasi kung gusto niyo umalis, i-roll ko na ito ngayon, na-approve na yung budget niyo, pero sige lang, para baka may gagawin pa kayo. So there was a pending motion coming from Senator Tolentino for the approval of your proposed budget at the committee level. So, hearing no objections, Saka naman ako mismo mag-object. Wala mo akong kasama dito. Uh, and, my motion, I cannot object my own motion. So the motion is hereby approved. Thank you, sir. Ha? Salamat, ma'am. Thank you. So, pwede na kayong... after next week, we are going to have our break. Then we will come back November 5. So, you expect yung plenary debates ng inyong respective budgets will start from November 5 onwards. And we'll inform you kung kailan para andyan kayo dapat pag, alam mo, dito, kontrolado ko. Ako siga dito eh. Ako chairman ng komite. Pero pagdating doon sa plenaryo, ang dami siga doon. Ako ngayon nakawawa doon, bububugoy nila. Kung wala kayo doon, wala magsuporta sa akin pag-depend ng budget ninyo. So, dapat nandun kayo. And we have to prepare for that. We have to prepare for that. Wala namang controversial masyado sa mga budget ninyo. So, we expect lesser opposition. Basta huwag mo lang sila bulungan sa pamana. Yan na, sir. So, approve na, sir. Yung budget nyo, you can leave anytime you want. Thank you, ha? Thank you. Salamat. Salamat. So, 1 minute break muna. 1 minute break. Wala pa sila si ma'am? Nag-CR? Ah, sige, hearing suspended. 1 minute suspension. Again, good morning, everyone. Sirs and moms, at this point, we're going to tackle the budget of Minda. Secretary Maria Belén Acosta, ma'am, you have the floor.
Maraming salamat po. To the Honorable Senator Ronald De La Rosa, maayong hapon, Senator. Good afternoon, everyone. For many years, Minda has been struggling due to low infrastructure, lack of jobs, and economic opportunities and high poverty rates, which led to disruptive tensions. That was a Mindanao of long time past. Mindanao is now emerging and effectively transitioning as an alternative option for business and development. We are seeing reversals of what used to be a downward trend of our socio-economic indicators. This is a product of a long and thorough effort of the national government as well as the local and international stakeholders. Minda, the government agency mandated to usher and coordinate the development of the island, has been instrumental in facilitating policies that improve the overall climate of confidence, including Proclamation 298, which effectively removed Mindanao from the travel ban list. Just as a background, Senator, we had a Mindanao Development Forum last May of this year, and we requested the embassies and the consulates to temper and update their travel advisories. Dahil mula noon hanggang ngayon, yung travel advisory nila is always do not travel to Mindanao. So how could we invite tourists and investors when the travel advisories are not congruent to the efforts? And it turns out, Senator, nga ginahimo pa dahil nilang reference ang state of lawless violence in Mindanao, which was an executive order of then President Rodrigo Duterte way back in 2016. And it has not been rescinded. And that was the document that they are following. That's why adverse pa rin ang travel advisories
So
to
hanggang ngayon
Mindanao.
ba, hindi pa rescinded yung...
We worked on it, Senator. We coordinated with the peace and order sector, peacekeeping forces, DFA, embassies and consulates, and the chambers of commerce all over Mindanao. And finally, in less than a month, we were able to get Proclamation 298. So on July 25, after so many years, finally na-lift ang state of lawless violence in Mindanao,
Signed by
President BBM.
BBM. Thank you, ma'am.
So that was one of the efforts that Minda has done in terms of policy, because our task is to integrate and foster the socio-economic development of Mindanao. Also, the EO 64, reviving barter trade in Mindanao, promoting its growth and development, and constituting the Mindanao Barter Trade Council, and others facilitated for the prioritization of 38 road projects, 5 bridges, 5 airports, and 4 flood control projects, among others. There's still a lot which needs to be done. Given appropriate funding, Minda can still do more for Mindanao and also in the BIMP IAGA. That is Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East ASEAN Growth Area. Under RA 9996, the Secretary of Minda is also the signing minister of BIMP IAGA. While we continue to tap our partners for development programs, our meager budget can only do so much. Minda performs multiple mandates for Mindanao, but faced with limited resources. In fact, more than 9 executive orders, administrative orders, have been issued which added more tasks and roles to Minda without new funding to support these additional roles. Every now and then, Senator, ginatagaan mi og task to be secretariat of this and co-chair of that. So, dagdag yun doon sa original task. Furthermore, we wish to say that Minda is a dependable steward of the people's budget. We have good physical and financial performance as evaluated by the Commission on Audit. Some of the roles that Minda actively performs include EO 64 series of 2018 for barter trade, Memorandum Circular 65 series of 2014, creating an interagency committee to oversee the electric programs and projects of distribution utilities, which aims to assure electrification projects. EO 50, series of 2011 for the rehabilitation of the Mindanao River basins and protect the environment, among others. And so we hope, Your Honor, for the approval of our budget. Mr. Chair, honorable members of the Senate, on behalf of the people of Mindanao, we are pleased to present to you the Mindanao Development Authority proposed National Expenditure Program for fiscal year 2024. We have logically segmented our presentation into 3 levels: the vision, mission, and strategic direction, accomplishments of Minda, and the proposed 2024 NEP. With newly established vision of Minda, which was recently approved by the Minda Board, we are ready to reinvigorate with renewed enthusiasm to help usher a new era of peace, bounty, and beauty in Mindanao, more particularly with the taking root of good governance in the Bangsamoro region. To carry the vision, we take the mission of seeking coordination, facilitation, integration of the initiatives that result in sustainable and more meaningful Mindanao development. On this, we take on the path towards achieving the outcomes through the establishment of data-driven integrated plans, sound infrastructure connectivity, positioning for strategic innovation, investment promotions, and industry development facilitation to elevate competitiveness and attractiveness, and the institutional capacity development support to ensure the collective growth of Mindanao and harness Minda's role in the BIMP-IAGA. Given this, allow this humble representation to enumerate the agency accomplishments based on the established DBM metrics. Ito po yung binigay na template po, Senator, ng DBM, the program, expenditure classification, and related performance barometers. The agency's financial performance reveals that we have achieved 92% of the agency's specific budget obligation and achieved 81% disbursements. We have also covered automatic appropriations with 99% for obligations, 100% for disbursements, 100% for both obligations and disbursements for the Special Purpose Fund. Ito pong Special Purpose Fund, dito po yung salary increase for additional PS requirements. We are pleased to inform our chairperson that we have efficiently used the budget allotted to us to advance the welfare of the people of Mindanao. Also, we wish to present the fiscal performance resulting from the efficient use of the budget. Based on the program expenditure, Minda maintains 3 outcome indicators and 4 output indicators for Mindanao Development Planning and Management Program. As mandated by law through the GAA, we are tasked to achieve a 100% target of development partners using the Minda-initiated plans in 2022. We are happy to report that we have achieved 200%, twice bigger than the target. This achievement is brought upon by the strong leadership demonstration in coordinating and providing strategic partnership that assures high-impact intervention programs and projects. We also achieved the target for policy recommendations adopted by policymakers and partners and a 275% achievement rate on the Minda-facilitated projects prioritized for funding. We again would like to present that these achievements are a result of interagency and multi-agency coordination and facilitation with local, national, and international organizations that come to the side of accelerated progress of Mindanao. The output indicators would also reveal that we have achieved, if not surpassed, the targets. Minda achieved the desired number of plans, completed the policy researches and instruments in support to ensuring an atmosphere of stability, safety, security, and progress. We have surpassed the desired policy recommendations and achieved double the intended number of facilitated projects. The physical performance for Mindanao Governance and Institutional Support Program was also achieved. A 100% for Minda-initiated mechanism for project implementation achieved 3 units higher than the target for the number of resolutions, agreements, and endorsements, and obtained the desired number of capacitated mechanisms. As part of our role to raise the attractiveness of Mindanao, we have the Mindanao Investment Promotions Program's physical performance. And as noted, Mr. Chair, we have achieved the target for investment leads, surpassed the target for Philippine IAGA programs and projects. Although we fared a little lower than the target for value of trade transactions for Mindanao and Palawan, the volatility and uncertainty of the international trade affected our efforts, but we are seeing economic tailwind to the advantage of Mindanao sectors in the coming years on account of strong domestic and international consumption demand. May I present the first semester performance of the agency? We have accomplished our targets ranging from 10% to a high of 53% completion rate for obligations and a 25% to 100% completion rate for disbursements. Given the financial performance, we are working doubly hard to achieve our target at the end of the year. Our confidence is high that we can see the targets completed by the end of the year, owing to the sound strategies that we have calibrated for the Mindanao Planning and Management Program. Our performance record shows that we are on the right track. We continue to raise the stake on the targets of Mindanao governance and institutional support. We strongly believe that these are necessary elements for a refined strength of governance and public service. The Mindanao Investment Promotion Programs targets are a composite of collective efforts. It is commonplace in market where raising competitiveness happens to be slow gestating. Yet in Mindanao, we have noticed outcomes for the industries during the first semester. And these benefits, as shown by data, will be employed to promote the island's business confidence. Given our performance, Mr. Chair, we would like to present our intention for growth, welfare, peace, stability, and progress for Mindanao, including strengthening of the organization in 2024. We are in negotiations with DBM for additional personnel because Mindanao is a very wide coverage, but we are challenged sa staffing center. In fact, wala kaming monitoring and evaluation team, which is supposed to be part of our task. Pero hindi kami nakakaikot ng husto because of this challenge. At this point, Mr. Chair, may we request that Executive Director Yusek Janet Lopez be recognized to render the agency report. Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, you have the floor. Yusek Janet Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maayong hapon. The Mindanao Development Authority proposes for a 214.896 million pesos for fiscal year 2024. This amount, Mr. Chair, would have allowed us to carry out as well the 8 additional executive order issued that added more roles and functions on MINDA on top of our mandates under RA 9996. The proposed budget consists of 49% MOOE, 51% for PS. Mr. Chair, for 2024, we have not been granted capital outlay. It would also be worth noting that we have supposedly proposed for a total of 55 million for capital outlay for major programs such as the Mindanao digitalization and our office construction in Mintal and our area office for Pagadian. The proposal comprises 96% agency-specific budget and 4% for the retirement and life insurance premiums. Now, to compare the fiscal year 2024 NEP budget to the agency's original proposal reveals significant changes. Specifically, the 2024 NEP is lower by 52% or amounting to 233.274 million pesos. This cut or this lowering of our required budget supposedly primarily represents our unfunded Tier 2 proposals. The minimal increase in fiscal year 2024 NEP budget when compared to our GAA for 2023 budget, our current year, is mainly due to the mandatory funding allocated for PS for existing plantilla positions. Therefore, Mr. Chair, we would like to respectfully request for your support and endorsement of the unfunded Tier 2 proposals, which we would like to submit for the Finance Committee's consideration. We have a total of 15 proposals amounting to a total of 235 million pesos that we believe warrant your committee's review and reconsideration. May we ask for your endorsement to amend MINDA's NEP budget through your sponsorship. Mr. Chair, based on the official annual audit report of the Commission on Audit, Minda has received 13 audit observations. Out of these 9, or 69% have been out of these, 9 have been fully addressed, 1 is partially implemented, and the remaining 3 are currently in progress. More importantly, I would like to highlight, Mr. Chair, that COA has given Minda an unmodified or unqualified opinion on its 2022 financial statements. Additionally, the agency has received a very satisfactory rating from COA for its financial performance. Minda's programs and projects are the articulation of the current administration's 8-point socioeconomic agenda, which are contained in the Philippine Medium-Term Development Plan, and which are also consistent and aligned with the Ambisyon Natin 2040. A core program of Minda is the Mindanao Development Corridors, which aligns and harmonizes our development programming, which is our tool for aligning to the spatial strategy for interconnectivity, innovations, integrity of the environment, industries, and investments. So basically, this guides the proposed infrastructure connectivity of Minda. On screen, Mr. Chair, I'd like to show where we are now in terms of our target. Based on the joint assessment of the Mindanao Development Corridor Interagency Joint Planning and Programming Task Force for Road Connectivity. This is composed of DPWH, Minda, NEDA, LGU representatives, DILG, among many others. Mindanao needs an estimate of 153 billion worth of interregional road projects as shown on the screen. Meaning, ito po yung mga kailangan ma-interconnect ng mga regions. Kasi po, bago tayo po nag-assist, nag-coordinate, marami pong mga road projects that do not connect with the regional boundaries. For example, yung the connection between Caraga and Region 10. So out of this mechanism that was created by Minda, we have identified that we need to complete the east-west lateral road connecting Bunagit of Agusan del Sur and the missing boundary of Bukidnon. The same goes true for Lawan-Lawan, Bukidnon, and Barangay Bukidnon, Agusan del Norte. Also for Buenavista and Tusimbalan. So based on this, our recent accomplishment, Mr. Chair, is that we have already generated 37.4% out of the 153 billion funding requirement to interconnect the whole of Mindanao. That's just for the road project, Mr. Chair. The next slide shows us that for our role in the Mindanao Power Development Program, the target is to increase the power supply mix of Mindanao, 50-50 for fossil and renewable energy. Currently, Mr. Chair, we have the Mindanao Power Development Program, which monitors all of this and promotes and facilitates entry of power supply investors. So far, right now, we are sufficient with our supply at 2,900 megawatt, but we are working hard with the other of agencies such as the DOE to ensure that we are able to catch up with the growing demand of power in Mindanao. Our 2024 target is to still catch up with the additional 2,000 megawatt increase in power demand by 2030. So dapat po pa-increasan. Next year, ang gagawin po ng ating program na ito is to continue our capacity building and technical assistance to our 34 electric cooperatives in Mindanao for the Barangay Energization Project. Target by the end of the current administration at 100%. So medyo in terms of capacity, kailangan pong tulungan ng ating cooperatives. This slides just shows us na ito po yung tinatrack ng ating Minda's mechanism for power development, promotion, and tracking. The same goes true for the succeeding slides. For our program on the Mindanao Nurturing Our Waters, if you can recall, Mr. Chair, we just completed the study which Minda did with the NEDA, RBCO, and supported by the USAID, showing the the impacts, we simulated the impact of climate change on Mindanao. Agriculture po tayo and food basket ang Mindanao. The altered rainfall patterns, droughts and heavy rains, and the changes in temperature sa simulation po na ginawa ng Minda, supported by the different agencies, nakikita po na by 2050, our temperature would rise by 10% to 24%. And humidity will also increase, and precipitation and rainfall will also decrease, will vary across. So ito po malaking impact sa agricultural sector ng Mindanao. So that's why under the Mindanao Nurturing Our Waters program, we have accomplished the following, Mr. Chair. We have organized our river basin councils. We have caused the establishment of the master plans. We have also endorsed for funding the 6 priority and urgent flood control projects, especially for the Mindanao River Basin. So right now, our target for 2024 under this program, Mr. Chair, is to complete the master plans and feasibility studies for the urgent priority flood control projects for the other river basins. And watershed and carbon credit program for the upland, Mr. Chair. The next slide will show us the accomplishments also of Minda for BIMP-IAGA as the country's Philippine Coordinating Office for the BIMP-IAGA. So far, Mr. Chair, and as advised, we need the BIMP-IAGA to be felt at the community level. We are showing that these are so far the community-based projects that Minda has generated so far under the BIMP-IAGA program, and it is spread across Mindanao. So far also, Mr. Chair, for 2022 and this year, we have been continually engaging the various airline operators, tour operators, and shipping industry players to re-establish the direct international air and sea linkages of Mindanao. And this is also one of the recommendations in our findings to increase our resiliency during the pandemic. We found out na pag nag-close yung mga major gateways natin, yung trade transactions ng Mindanao na cut off as well. So the recommendation is to have alternate routes, and the BIMP-IAGA is one of the most viable alternate routes. Currently, Mr. Chair, meron tayong inaasahan na ma-re-establish ulit ang Zamboanga-Sandakan, Zamboanga-KK, and Davao Brunei is under negotiation, and this will bring us outside of the BIMP-IAGA. I think that's the last slide.
Excuse me, Yusika, Janet. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Bongo.
Maayong hapon, Senator.
Okay. Umanon sa harap. Umanon sa...
So
Thank
I
you.
think
Please
that's...
continue, Yusika Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's the last. And then I move to the... So this is the last slide, Mr. Chair, again on our accomplishments for Mindanao Inclusive Agribusiness Program. Under this, Mr. Chair, our accomplishment so far is establishing all the 18 value chain studies so that we can see the gaps in upgrading our supply chain of Mindanao to the rest of the world and to the rest of the country. So far, we have also mainstreamed the use of renewable energy in many of our local agricultural production. Some of these examples are on the slides as well, Mr. Chair. And lastly, as a food basket of the country, we are also working with the PEZA and the local government units in establishing agri-economic zones, agricultural economic zones. We are targeting, Mr. Chair, that we level up. We are not just producing fresh produce of agri, but we hope to increase it to production. And we are fast-tracking the establishment of agricultural economic zones to achieve this target for 2024, Mr. Chair. That ends our presentation on the accomplishments for 2022 and our targets for 2024, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Ano yung terima kasi?
Daghang salamat po.
So,
Terima kasih in bahasa.
Bahasa. Di ba sir, merong bahasa Malaysia, bahasa Indonesia, di ba? May kunting diferensya yan, dalawa, di ba? Pero generally, magkaintindihan talaga. Thank you, Yusika, Janet, for that presentation. I would like to yield the floor to Senator Bongo. he wants to deliver his
Salamat,
manifestation.
Mr. Chair. Always po full support, lalong-lalo na sa ating Minda, sa Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace Process, sa ating SPDA, of course, no, si Administrator and CEO Jerry Salapudin, dating kaibigan po namin ni dating Pangulong Duterte noon pa. Hanggang ngayon, of course, sir, si Secretary Acosta, dati rin pong konsehal ng Davao, and of course, banggitin ko na lang lahat, Yusek Janet Lopez, Director Charlita Escano, Romel Castillo, Director Joan, Reggie, Oli, Dasala, bata pa ako, kilala ko na to. Captain Rhea Acosta, Jocelyn Cardenas, Rolin Manongas, and of course, Attorney Sinsuat, Sir Ersan Warad, Christy Dagala. Lahat po yan, mga nakatrabaho na halos natin. Dito rin po ako para sumuporta sa inyo. Kami ni Bato bilang Mindanaoan, kahit malayo po ang Mindanao, importante po ito at huwag po natin pabayaan ang Mindanao. Kaya nga po tayo merong Minda, SPDA, para hindi po mapabayaan ng Mindanao. Kahit hindi na po Pangulo si Pangulong Duterte, nandito naman po ang inyong mga senador, handang tumulong po sa inyo para tuloy-tuloy po ang development sa Mindanao. Importante po, huwag natin sayangin yung peace na na-achieve natin sa Mindanao. Laking bagay yan, apektado talaga. Pag magulo ang Mindanao, magulo po ang buong Pilipinas. Konektado po yan. So full support po ako sa Minda, SPDA, sa Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace Process, sa ating PIDEA at DDB. Dahil alam naman natin, siya po, ang ating chairman, ang unang Chief PNP ang pinili ni dating Pangulong Duterte at hindi po magiging successful yung kampanya na labanan po ang kriminalidad at illegal na droga. Hindi po kay Pangulong Duterte and of course sa ating first Chief PNP ng panahon ni Pangulong Duterte. And dito kami in our own small capacity ni Senator Bato, we will continue to fight against illegal drugs and criminality. Dahil pag bumalik po ang illegal na droga, babalik po ang kriminalidad, babalik po ang korupsyon sa gobyerno. And as your chairman po sa Committee on Health and Sports, kaya pinapatuloy ko to sa aking paraan to get into sports, stay away from drugs, yung mga programa, and to keep us healthy and fit. Isa po ito sa paraan na labanan po natin ang illegal na droga, to encourage the youth to get into sports and stay away from drugs. So, salamat po, Mr. Chair. Tulong-tulong lang po tayo. Sisingit ko na lang po, meron din po Senate Bill 428 na naglalayong magtatag ng drug rehab and treatment center sa bawat probinsya sa buong bansa. I also filed Senate Bill 2115 to mandate TESDA to offer technical vocational education and livelihood programs para sa ating mga rehabilitated drug dependents. So, yun po ay isang paraan na labanan po natin ang illegal na droga. Tulungan po natin sa magagandang programa ng ating gobyerno. Sir Chair, thank you at full support po ako sa lahat ng idininig mo ng mga budget dito. Lalong-lalo na po sa kapakanan ng Mindanao po. Thank you po.
Thank you, Your Honor, Senator Bongo, for that manifestation. Pwede nga, wala na kami question dito eh. Diretso na, approve kagad.
Ang amin lang dito is hindi mapag-iwanan po ang Mindanao. Dahil malayo nga pong Mindanao, hindi talagang, ang panahon ni Pangulong Duterte, pantay-pantay naman po siya. Di ba? Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, gusto niya pantay-pantay, proyekto, equally divided po yan. Projects, budget, wala po siyang pinapaboran. Pero hindi na po maiwasan nung siya ang presidente, takbuhan talaga lahat sa Mindanao. Naging capital town or city na nga po ang Davao City nung panahon niya. Kami naman dito ni Bato, bilang Pilipino, pantay-pantay rin po ang gusto namin at hindi po mapag-iwanan ang Mindanao. Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, dapat pantay-pantay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor, Senator Bongo. Yung meron kayong sinabi dito, ma'am, na gusto ninyong proposal. Last year, ang nakuha lang talaga natin, na idagdag natin, na insert natin sa budget nyo was only 42.3 million. Yun lang ang kinaya natin talaga dahil kahit anong pag-iusap natin sa Finance Committee Chair, si Senator Angara, kanya, yun lang talaga makaya natin. But for this year, for next year, yung malaki-laki itong hinihingi natin. But anyway, the same effort, we'll try our best na matulungan tayo. Alam ko yung SPD, si Honorable Jerry Salapudin, meron din yang pakiusap mamaya eh. Kaya, i-dismiss muna natin sila ngayon, tapos sila, tayo lang mag-usap dito mamaya. Hindi na lang marinig. Hindi nila marinig yung usapan natin. So, we will do our best, ma'am. We will do our best.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes, ma'am.
maraming salamat po doon sa tulong ninyo last time at sana po makatulong po kayo ulit sa 2024. Thank you very much po.
Hanggang andito tayo, gawin natin ng makaya, lalong-lalo na para sa Mindanao. Ganun lang talaga. So, with that, ma'am, no? There's no more questions. The proposed budget of Minda is hereby approved. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So, okay na kayo, sir. Pwede na kayo umuwing Davao. De, ako lang, makita ko, credit ito to the previous administration ng Minda, DPWH, all other agencies na nag-contribute. Makita mo, happy ka eh pag uwi kang Davao, sir, di ba? Pag uwi kang Davao, pag palanding ka, kanang yung pag-announce ng piloto na we are now in 2 minutes, we are starting to descend towards Davao. Tapos pag very clear yung palibot, wala masyadong ulap. Kitang-kita mo sa baba. Noon, pag palanding, wala ka makita. Yung bandang Agusan, o kaya dito magdaan sa bandang Bukidnon, o kung saan ba yan nadadaanan, ng mga Davao de Oro or what. Pag palanding ka mo noon, wala ka makita dyan kundi puro green. Green lang, di ba? Green. Wala ka makita. Pero ngayon, pag pababa ng aeroplano, makita mo, saan ba itong lugar na ito? Hindi naman ito Mindanao. Ang dami ng karsada, sir, di ba? Ang dami mo, di ba? Ang dami mo makita ng karsada, tapos puting-puti pa ang kalsada. Ha? Oh, very, very wide. Oh, yung ibang bago, sir, kahit na 2 lanes lang siya, pero kitang-kita mo from the aeroplano, makita mo, puting-puti pa yung kalsada, meaning bagong gawa talaga. Ang dami mong kita, ganyan-ganyan kalsada, sir. So, I'm very happy being a Mindanaoan na nabigyan yung ating lugar ng ganong klase mga kalsada. That explains, yeah, that explains kaya humina yung problema natin sa insurgency. Bumaba ang insurgency. Kasi sabi nga natin, where the road ends, insurgency begins. Di ba, sir? The road ends, insurgency begins. Ngayon, accessible na lahat ng roads, talagang magbibigyan sila siguro kung ibang isla na, palayo na sila. In fact, yung isang one of the 6 na latest encounter ng government forces, isang commander doon sa Bohol, galing sa Davao. Kasi wala na talaga silang maloko sa Davao eh. Wala silang maloko, naglayas na sila, pumunta na tago na sila sa Bohol. So doon, nakuha sila doon. So thank you for our efforts sa ating lahat. You've been with the previous administration, SPD and Minda. Salamat sa efforts ninyo. So we have to support each other para mas lalo din mapaganda yung ating land of promise, the land of Mindanao. Thank you, Minda, Ma'am Secretary Acosta. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Oo, puto sa taas. Sige, sige. Sige. Again, good morning. Honorable Jerry Salapodin, sir, the Administrator, and CEO of SPDA. Sa inyong lahat, good morning. Mabuti yung tayo nila mag-usap dito. Wala na makinig. Sir, you have the floor. You want to present your proposal? You have the floor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, our hardworking senator from Mindanao, Senator Bato de la Rosa. Assalamualaikum, good afternoon. Today we are presenting our proposed budget for 2024. Yes. Southern Philippines Development Authority was created in 1965 and was
75, sir.
1975, I'm sorry. And its creation is a product of many agencies of government integrated into SPDA, like the Commission on National Integration, the Special Program of Assistance for the Rehabilitation of Evacuees or SPARE, the Presidential Committee for the Rehabilitation and Development of Southern Philippines, the old Mindanao Development Authority, the Presidential Task Force for the Rehabilitation and Development of Mindanao, and which led to the creation of Presidential Decree number 690 in April 22, 1975, the Southern Philippines Development Authority. To give it more teeth and power, it was amended by Presidential Decree number 1703, dated July 26, 1980, creating the Southern Philippines Development Authority from administration. It used to be just an administration. The social mandate of SPDA was to address the peace and development needs and conflict in Mindanao. As we can see in the past, aside from Mindanao is noted as the land of promise, in later years it was also noted as the land of rebellion of the Moro, including, of course, the communist insurgency. And because of that, SPDA was mandated to initiate projects that will lead to peace and development in conflict areas in Mindanao. In 1970s and 1980s, there were implemented projects as mandated by the presidential decree. And of course, we have the 1996 peace agreement between the government and the MNLF that led to the creation of the Southern Philippines Council for Peace and Development, and ZOPAD. It was the implementing mechanism of the final peace agreement between the government of the Philippines and the Moro National Liberation Front. Then in 2008, after the signing of the peace agreement between the government and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, the BARM, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, was created, which, among other things, specified that two of the agencies, the BARM, may participate in its operation or even acquire, where the Southern Philippines Development Authority and the Amana Islamic Bank. The corporate mandate of SPDA is to develop economic enterprises in areas and sectors with development gaps, catalytic and pioneering. In some of the areas that SPDA went, were areas that no other agencies of government in the past dared to go. They were conflict area. For instance, in the 26,000 hectares proclaimed by the Office of the President for SPDA in the municipality of Wao and Manabilang were used to be battlegrounds between the government troops and the MNLF. In fact, the housing project that was initiated by the SPDA there was burned down by the attacking MNLF forces. But despite that, SPDA did not waver in its efforts to normalize the situation and introduce development projects. Currently, in that municipalities of Wao and Manabilang, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, two of the foreign companies that entered into agreement with SPDA are now operating there. In fact, one day we would be very pleased to invite the Honorable Senator to look at our agricultural development program, of course, being undertaken by our foreign partners, the American company, Asia Pacific Precision Agricultural Group, and the Kennemer Foods International. And
Nakita ko na yan, sir. Dumaan ako doon.
thank you, sir.
Twice na siguro ko nakadaan doon.
Thank you very much.
Puntang Wao at saka Manabilang.
And it's continuing, sir, continuing. Now, SPDA is also authorized to partner with government and private sectors. The good example of it is our partnership with San Miguel Corporation in our poultry farm, where we put up the building and they provide the chicks, the feeds, and they buy all the chicks that are being raised in the poultry farm in Sulup, Davao del Sur. When SPDA was reactivated, after it was deactivated for a number of years, we were placed under the oversight of the presidential advisor on the peace process. Until now, we're still under the oversight of OPAP. That is why whenever we have problem, Mr. Chairman, we normally report or request the support of OPAPRO. Like for instance, when the MNLF National Security Command established without coordination outpost inside the agricultural plantation of SPDA, which suspended and almost closed down the operation of the American companies for 7 months this year, we requested the effort of the OPAPRO and even the military, Westmin commander, conducted 2 meetings in order to persuade the MNLF Security Command to dismantle their outpost inside the operational area of our foreign partners. At least, we finally managed. That is why medyo na-standby, sir. Yung proyekto namin, 7 months. Umuwi na nga yung mga Amerikano. Mabuti nagbalik sila after we managed to persuade the MNLF forces to dismantle their outpost in Manabilang. Under supervision of we are also under the supervision of the Governance Commission on GCG. We were just originally an economic agency meant to develop areas before, but under the Aquino administration, we were placed under the supervision of the Governance Commission for GOCCs. Hence, from an economic agency to develop certain areas, we are now transformed into a corporation. So we have to generate income, but since we are just starting, we have not yet fully, achieved our goal of really, of really earning so much in order to be utilized for our operations. Next slide. SPDA current projects in support of President Marcos' agricultural development programs. Aware that the priority of the president, the current president, is agriculture, the mere fact that he is the Secretary of Agriculture, we are happy to inform the chairman that our priority projects, among other things, is our agro-industrial development projects currently in the 26,000 hectares of SPDA in Wao and Manabilang municipality. Said AIDP was launched about 2 years ago during the last term, 2 years or 3 years? Mga 3 years ago, during the last 2 years of Duterte administration, we invited him actually to be our guest of honor and speaker at that time, but instead he sent Secretary William Dar to
yung makita mo doon, sir,
makita mo
na
silo,
corn
yes,
processing plant, ganon.
Yes, sir.
Yun pala.
They're the largest in Southeast Asia, sir. So, in order to reduce their dependency on importation of corn, they entered into agreement with this American company. That's why the American company is producing corn initially for them. Lahat ng kwan nila sa kanila yan, ibebenta sa kanila. So, as you can see in the picture, those are among the areas that have already been cleared by them. It used to be occupied actually by informal farmers, but we managed to talk to them with the help of the local government units, persuaded them, and they know that it is also the property of SPDA. They enter the area without actually consulting or informing SPDA. But through, diplomacy, through sincerity, we managed to persuade them because we were telling them that this agro-industrial development, if fully developed, will augur well to the economic development of the two municipalities.
Sir, ilang hectares ito?
26,000 hectares, sir.
26,000.
26,000. But of that 26,000 hectares, sir, mga 10,000 more or less is still forested area. And we decided not to touch it in order
Tama yan.
not to
Very good.
affect the water and the river in the area. Ang problema nga lang, sir, naging daanan yan ng mga lawless elements, yung jungle naman yan. So that is why we requested the military for at least 2 companies of their troops to be stationed there. So currently, the 3rd Infantry Division ba yan? Yung sa Pagadian?
Yes,
No, first.
Yes.
The 1st Infantry Division had stationed or deployed 2 companies of their troops to ascertain that our foreign partners working there will not be disturbed by these lawless elements. There used to be some properties of SPDA that were idle. So when this humble representation took over, I saw to it that most, if not all of our lands will be fully developed. Like itong Sawao and Bumbaran, it's now being developed. And then among our properties, 6 of them are in Zamboanga City. And we have this property in Veterans Avenue. This is part of the government center of Zamboanga City. It used to be old dilapidated building. So nagpagawa po tayo, sir, ng bagong building there to become our regional business center. It's almost completed and to be turned over by the construction company to SPDA. And then we will have it leased to some agencies of government like Amana Islamic Bank, Department of Migrant Workers also want to lease part of the buildings, and the Bureau of Immigration and other agencies of government. As you can see in the picture, that is already the building, 95% completed, sir. Thank you for the increase that you have given us. Nakagawa po kami ng kanyang building, sir. Where before there was none, ngayon meron na tayong bagong building. So, next slide. Our SPDA poultry project. Our SPDA poultry project is located in Barangay Labon, Sulok, Davao del Sur. It's also, how many percentage na, Chris, our project manager?
80%.
80% completed. 2 big and very long buildings, sir.
Sir, yung land na yan, nasa Labon,
Labon,
Sulok, belongs to
Barangay.
SPDA.
Yes, sir.
Ilang hectares yan, sir?
7 hectares, sir. Binila namin yan.
Binili ninyo?
Binili.
Hindi pala yan dating lumang...
Binili namin
Property.
na malayo sa tao, sir, para kuan kasi yun ang isang requirement.
Okay.
Pag mga poultry malayo sa tao, para walang mag-complain later. But we see to it that it's a modern building according to the design from our partner, Pure Foods of San Miguel Corporation. They will provide the chicks, the feeds, and then they buy everything, whatever we produce. So as far as the certainty of its income, so inspired by this kind of partnership, Mr. Chairman, we have decided to expand our poultry project in Sulok. We will be putting up 3 more buildings in our project proposal. The current building that we have, that long building, sir, each building can accommodate 40,000 chicks. So yung dalawa, 80,000 chicks to augment the lack of chicken supply in Mindanao. We also intend to go into the halal food industry so that our Muslim population of Mindanao will be assured of the food that they eat. No? So, next slide. Inshallah, sir, if we are going to inaugurate the building, we hopefully can invite you to be our guest of honor and speaker, because not only because it is in your district, but because we were able to accomplish it because of your help. Now, when I assume as administrator, we were just renting for more than 10 years because inoccupy ng DAR yung main office namin. So sabi ko, we cannot be renting all the time because we only have very small budget. Every month we were paying 320,000, and then the owner of the building was planning to increase already the rate of the rent. So ang napag-usapan namin in the executive committee, nagpagawa na lang kami kahit maliit na building, sir. So ngayon, we now have a new office in Catalunan Pequeño, where we now hold our office. That's the second building that we have accomplished.
So doon pa rin yan sa lot na yon.
Yeah, sa lote pa rin namin, sir.
Low pa rin.
Sa loob pa rin ng compound.
Pero yung lupa din, sir, sa inyo talaga, di ba?
Title, sir. Title.
Title din nyo. Yung building lang ninyo kinuha ng DAR.
Inoccupy ng DAR.
At least kagawa kayo ng bagong, maganda yung bago.
Gumawa na lang kami ng bago, sir. Kinausap din namin, sir, ang bagong secretary ng DAR because sabi ko, SPDA has already been fully activated and you have been enjoying our hospitality. You have stayed in our compound for free. So sabi ko, kung pwede, bibigyan pa rin namin kayo ng 2 taon na lang. Kasi magta-transfer man ang lahat ng regional offices ng national government sa bagong regional government center doon sa Davao.
Doon pa rin sa Mintal, di ba? Sa malapit sa UP.
Yeah.
Yung UP compound.
So sana sabi ko after 2 years, mag-transfer na kayo doon para naman magamit namin ang sariling office namin. At saka, if we will be able to fully regain the entire area, sir, we intend also to convert that into an economic enterprises. Kasi in that area...
Very viable. Very
viable,
viable. Kasi nakita mo yung mga mall ni Bilyar, nasa taas pa, di ba? SPDA, nasa baba lang. Mas viable yung area.
In that area, there are 3 housing subdivisions. 5 housing subdivisions.
Punta ka sa likod. Puro sakay ka ng helicopter. Wala ka na makitang kuwan dyan. Puro subdivision na yan.
And a part of that property of SPDA, sir, was already sold to the informal settlers. Yung we call them the organic fertilizer area because SPDA used to have its own feed mill. And that was part of the parang demo farm. Pero inoccupy ng mga tao. So sabi ko, alangan naman paalisin natin yan. Mga Pilipinos yan. Nobody should be a squatter in their own homeland, in their own country. So pinabayaran na lang namin sa kanila. We signed an agreement with them. So they are paying us in a staggered basis because mga pobreng tao yon. Anon. So meanwhile, our office in Makati at the Basic Petroleum Building is to be demolished. So, binenta namin yung office namin doon at nagbili kami ng bagong office diyan sa Ortigas. So, our new office is now in Ortigas. It's a modern office. And that is where our Manila liaison office now. So far, parang 3 building na, sir, ang nagawa namin. Yung sa Zamboanga, our new main office, and of course, our Manila liaison office, where before there was none. Ngayon na nagawa po namin yan. Despite the very small budget that we have. Next. So, meron din kami mga land and housing development because SPDA used to be implementing socialized housing program before, di ba?
Yes.
Marami tayong, diyan yata sa Davao, parang 2 yung housing project. Yung Pequeño at saka yung Pequeño Grande. Wellspring. Yes. So,
Wellspring 1, Wellspring 2, marami yan eh.
SPDA, sir.
SPDA.
So, gusto namin sana, sir, gumawa din ulit ng housing project. We have already done it. It was accomplished, and if only we can be given, sufficient budget by the national government. As you can see, next slide, SPDA organic fertilizer. Wait. Pasabolong ba yan? Ano? SPDA organic partner.
Ito na, sir.
Yes. So, we recently signed A memorandum of agreement with the SPDA Organic Fertilizer. Ito, tapos na, no? Yes, our proposed housing project sana is in Paso Bolong in Zamboanga City.
Sir,
Located.
for a while, sir, ha?
Yeah.
1 minute suspension.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Break lang ko sa dali.
Okay, sir. Pero kasi for sale na ito eh.
Actually, sir, kailan kung hindi na natin i-mention yun, sir, kasi
For sale
DHS
ito.
can buy it. DHSUD can buy it, sir.
No, state government of Zamboanga City is also interested. Oh,
Hearing resumes. Please continue, sir.
however, because the city government of Zamboanga City wants to acquire it, because it is also provided in the law that created the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, that in case SPDA will be acquired by the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, the city government or the local government unit where the properties are located may acquire the property. So, di na hinintay ng city government, gusto nila ma-acquire na nila. So, we are not actually talking to them, but because it is a government property, it's going to be published and then there is going to be bidding, whichever interested party that can offer at least the higher price will get the property. No? So, kaya di ko na itutuloy. Yan sana ang proposed housing project namin sa Zamboanga City. With NHA, we discussed with NHA, but because of that new development, so we are not anymore going to discuss.
Iba pa yung sir, ha? Yung Bitali property niyo.
Iba pa
Bitali Zamboanga, iba pa yun.
yung may pispan.
Pispan.
Oh, pero yung pispan na yon, no less than the father of the mayor of Zamboanga offered to lease it. So baka pag makapag-usap kami at saka, they have already written us formally. So sabi ko kasi may pispan din sila sa kabila. So gusto nila parang mag-expand and nakita nila may pispan ng SPDA. So the father of the city, mayor of Zamboanga City, wrote us and manifested his desire to lease the pispan of SPDA.
Mas maganda para
para
generate ka
wala
ng income doon. Kaysa pabayaan yung idle yun, tapos
kaysa idle.
maubos pa yun ng mga informal settlers.
Yes, sir. Kasi
Diba?
marami rin mga informal settlers.
Operate mas maganda.
So I will go, sir, to the proposed fiscal year 2024 of SPDA. For personal services, we have 62 million 148,000. For maintenance and other operating expenses, 38,520,000. Capital outlay, 6 million only. And the total of 108,668,000. But the sad thing about this, the ceiling given us by the budget is only 80 million. So, huh? Oh. So support operation programs and projects for Region 9, we have the Vitali Peace projects, 1,131,000. And then the development of SPDA veterans property into two-story office and business center. We need an augmentation of 3,799,000. And then the construction of the two-story SPDA commercial building development of SPDA Paso Bolong, 44,100,000. And the proposed development of the Zamboanga Sibugay agribusiness, 50 million pesos. Subtotal of 99,330,000. For Region 10, we are implementing the Piña Fiber project.
Yan yung nabigyan natin ng
Yes, sir.
interview
Last year, sir. Oh.
last year.
And this one, sir, we don't-
25 million lang.
Yes, sir. We were already talking to the Philippine Fiber Development Administration for possible partnership. And then we also contacted with the pineapple growers because yung mga leaves, sir, tinatapon lang nila eh. After they harvest, they just throw it away. So we talked to them, discussed with them. Instead of burning it or throwing it away, we will be getting their pineapple leaves to be converted into the fiber, Piña Fiber project. And then in Region 11, we have the SPDA Poultry project existing, yung dalawang kwan. We need an additional amount of 14,249,000 to fully complete it. And then the expansion of our poultry for 3 buildings ito, 95 million. 95 million. And the SPDA, establishment of the SPDA Business Hub at the SPDA Catalunan Pequeño, Davao City, 48,740,000. In Region 11, you know, the reason why we have a proposal for each of the regions, sir, because the members of Congress in the House are asking us, why is it there is no project in our province? Yet you cover Mindanao. So we were telling them, we are very happy to put up some projects. Our problem is we need budget. We need budget. Whether we have property or not, if we have the budget, we certainly can implement projects in your region. So that is why in Region 11, that is in Davao, we have this SPDA proposed construction of a two-story building in the new regional government center with a dormitory at the SPDA Catalunan Pequeño. And then Davao City property, SPDA Regional Government Center office of 200 million. Okay. Region 12, SPDA Coronadal Business Center, we need 4,653,000 to do some repair and modernize our old travelers in Coronadal Business Center. We would have wanted to really fully develop the area. Unfortunately, the Department of Finance had told us that they are not selling the property because it's not a property of SPDA. It used to be a training center where SPDA managed it during the height of the Moro Rebellion. And then after it was no longer used as training center, it was converted into the sort of hotel travelers in by SPDA and converted into a business center.
Saan yan, sir?
Sa Coronadal, sir.
Coronadal.
Coronadal, yes.
Nasa sentro ito ng
Yeah, in the center of the city,
center
sir.
of the city.
We really were serious to buy it because initially they offered it for sale. But later they have decided that they will not anymore sell it. So that is why we're just making some minor improvement for the travelers in for as long as they will not take it from us. In the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, our projects, among other things, are the Agro-Industrial Development Program in Wao and Manabilang. We are requesting for a budget of 14,420,000. The establishment of a 100-hectare abaca production, processing, and marketing project. We are requesting for 4,686,000. The establishment of the 150 Level 2 Basilan Doctors Hospital in the province. This was proposed during the height of the pandemic, because during the height of the pandemic, many of the patients from Basilan brought to Zamboanga City cannot be accommodated because we do not have a very modern hospital in Basilan province. And so this this proposal was submitted to us that we should put up a modern hospital, at least a 150 level 2 Basilan hospital in the province. And then the SPDA Agri Technology Training and Livelihood Center, 68 million. This proposal is brought about by the planned partnership of TESDA and SPDA. Kasi nagtatanong sila kung pwede ba maging partner ang SPDA sa mga special skills and training development. Because sabi nila may lupa kayo, may mga building kayo doon sa Katalunan Pequeño. So I had a talk with Secretary Manguda Dato. I said, why not? We can, sabi ko, enter into partnership with with TESDA. And then the proposed development of the Basilan agri-communities. This is for the MNLF and MILF in the province of Basilan. Because we want to convert my former camp when I was with the MNLF to become the settlement of the MNLF in the province of Basilan. We are requesting 434,116,000. We call it Peace Village, People, Economic Advancement, and Community Empowerment. And then we have this Mindanao-wide development projects, SPDA Mindanao Economic Enterprise Development, needing 456,700,000 pesos.
Ito yung original proposed mo na 1,962,000 pesos.
So our original proposed budget that we requested actually amounts to 1,964,322,000. Mr. Chairman, the truth of the matter, I'm a bit sometimes frustrated. The area given SPDA is the entire of Mindanao. But our budget is smaller than the budget of a Makati barangay. So I said, how can we prosecute all this thing? But at least, modesty aside, as you can see, sir, we managed to accomplish despite the meager resources that we have, which other agencies with hundreds of billions could not accomplish. Even Secretary William Dar, when he was our guest speaker, admitted and confessed. Sabi niya, mabuti pa kayo na implement ninyo ang modern agricultural farming. Kami sa DA, sabi niya, hindi pa namin nagawa yan. So sabi ko sa kanya, what we only lack, Mr. Secretary, is support from the national government. As far as capability, we are capable because if we do not have the capability, we can always invite foreign partners, like what we have already been doing.
Ito yung COB natin. Kasi approve lang sa ating 80. So kailangan natin ito para ma-meet natin yung prime.
So our proposed 2024 corporate operating budget for personal services is 67,148,000. Maintenance and other operating expenses, 30,079,000. Our existing operating corporate projects are SPDA Vitali Peace Fund Project, 1,131,000, SPDA Coronadal Business Center, 4,653,000, SPDA Poultry Broiler Project, 14,249,000, SPDA Veterans Property Development, we need an additional amount of 3,799,000. SPDA Wawe Namay Manabilang Property Development Agro-Industrial Development Program, 14,420,000. And then the SPDA pre-operating projects, SPDA Piña Fiber Production Project, 2,452,000. Establishment of an SPDA 100 hectare abaca production, we need an additional amount of 4,686,000. Subtotal of 7,138,000 and a grand total of 142,617,000. Unfortunately, the funding sources given by the national government is only 80,029,000. So we need an additional of at least 62,588,000,000. Yeah, to support our required 2024 budget. So our current 2020
So that's 2023 na kasi.
ito yung 2023, no? So our 2023 SPDA corporate operating budget. Yes. 143,483,000. But what was only granted by the Philippine government was 74 million. So we have a scarcity of 69,473,000. Okay. So on the SPDA poultry project expansion, with a total cost of 95 million, that will be 2 more buildings. Pero ito, iba na ito sa building na nauna. Yung nauna, 1 story lang yon. Ito, this is going to be 2 story. To economize, meaning isang atip lang pero parang 2 building na. So we are resorting to two floors or 2-story poultry farm. Consistent, of course, with the design provided by Pure Foods of San Miguel Corporation. Our funding request for fiscal year 2024 is 95 million pesos, located in Barangay Labon, Suluk Barangay, Davao del Sur. The estimated projected gross revenue will be 32,424,000. The proposed project intends to establish an expansion of SPDA Poultry Project to maximize the development potential of the authority's real estate asset located at Barangay Labon, Municipality of Sulub, Davao del Sur. Specifically, it aims to achieve the following objectives, to wit: letter A, to increase the production of broiler chicken in Davao region to stabilize the price of chicken meat in the market, to put the Southern Philippines Development Authority on the roadmap as one of the big industry players in broiler chicken production in Mindanao, to establish a strong partnership with San Miguel Food Corporation as the project's integrator and technical service provider, and to create additional sources of revenue for the authority. The proposed project is anticipated to substantially increase broiler chicken production in southern Mindanao by at least 540 metric tons per year. Said increase is likewise projected to lower the price of the broiler chicken by at least 20%, or the pre-pandemic retail price of broiler chicken, which ranges between 135 to 160 pesos per kilo. The current retail price of broiler chicken ranges from 210 to 230 per kilo. On the other hand, the partnership with San Miguel Corporation as a market and technical service provider would also serve as a learning opportunity for the authorities' technical team to acquire the integrators' best practices in broiler chicken production. So this is the site development. Then we have the Basilan agri communities, which we propose for the MNLF and MILF in the province of Basilan to be situated in the former MNLF camp because during the time of President Ferdinand Marcos Sr., he proclaimed 16,000 hectares of land in Basilan as settlement for MNLF in the province of Basilan. And of that, there are still more than 8,000 hectares, according to the Department of Agrarian Reform, that is suitable for settlement of the MNLF and the MILF. And we're requesting for a total budget of 599,665,000. We also talked to the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao because they have the housing project also. So we already met twice with Chief Minister Haji Murad Ibrahim, but so far they have not yet acted favorably on our request. Despite we assure them that we can implement the project because in the past, may mga housing project na nagawa ang SPDA, hindi na ito bago. But ang kaibahan lang dito, itong sa MNLF and MILF settlement area is not just going to be settlement where houses are built. There will be plantations. There will be plantations. So that the MNLF and the MILF located there will have source of continuing income. We will also train them to make them technically capable to manage modern farming. So we have our, next slide, our proposed regional center in Davao. This is our proposed main office at the regional government center in Davao. You may be asking, sir, why is it 6-story? Well, SPDA is a corporation. As a corporation, we have to generate income. Right there in the regional government center, they will have many seminars. They will have guests coming into the regional government center, and we will offer them what is this? The hotel and the business center where the guests can stay when they go to the regional government center. Deep in our heart, we always think that our projects should generate income because of our category as a corporation. We'll provide a business center. We will sell mga office supplies and things like that to the regional offices located in the regional government center. That is the site location in Mintal Bayat.
Bago Shiro.
Huh?
Bago Shiro.
Mintal din, no. So, okay, next.
We were allocated.
Yeah, we were allocated 1,000 ba?
Yes, sir.
1,000. And in that, what is this? Ano ba yan?
Square meter.
Yeah, 1,000 square meters, but we are together with other departments of government.
5,000.
Like 5,000 hectares, 5,000 square meters. But we are co-located with DBP, PIDEA, DICT, ano ba yung isa? Land Bank, and SPDA.
Yan na yung malapit sa UP.
Yes, sir.
Yan na.
Yes, sir.
Bago Zero.
Yeah.
Government center.
In the regional government center, arena. So, okay. So far, sir, those are our details of our proposed project for SPDA. I do hope this time we can get, if not sufficient, at least additional budget so that we can implement some projects in the different regions and provinces. Because when we go to the House of Representatives, they will again ask us, why is it there is no projects in our province or our region? Our budget hearing in the House of Representatives is going to be on the 22nd. Sa plenary na yun, kaagad. Plenary.
Anyway, sir, what this committee can give you is the assurance that we will work hard. Madagdagan per your request yung budget ninyo. We'll talk to the chairman of the Finance Committee, Senator Angara, kausapin namin. Then, best effort, we'll do everything, best effort. So, if okay na yung presentation nyo, sir, I have no further questions. Kung late na nga ng budget nyo, tatanungin ko pa kayo. hindi na. Hanapan lang namin ng paraan, sir, with the chairman of the Finance Committee.
We are able to implement it, sir.
Yeah.
Even with the meager resources that we have, we are able to implement.
I'm very confident. I'm very confident with you at the helm. Maganda yan. So, yun lang muna tayo, sir. We will proceed with the plenary deliberations after November 5, after the termination of our Sinidine break. So November 5, we will just inform you.
Sir.
So with that, the proposed budget of SPDA is hereby approved.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can we have photo op, sir? Yes.